usual gen.
Not our usual gen. We have... We have... New gen.
Yes, new gen.
New gen. Gen Nouveau. Also known as Matt.
Yes.
Hey,
I
Matt.
like to think, no offense to Jen, I like to think Matt is just as pretty as her.
That's true. In his own special way.
Yes.
All right. Back we go. Okay. So, we have the book. We're going to be talking about it. And definitely, we want your questions.
Mm-hmm.
So ask us about it. We'll be talking about it. We will answer your questions. We'll talk about tactics, our thoughts on the whole thing. Get those questions into the chat. Any of you people who are watching us on Facebook Live, if you're watching us on Belvois Souls, go ahead and click on through. That will get you to Twitch, into the chat, and you can get your questions in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we want to hear from you guys. We want you guys in here talking to us. And
unfortunately, we're only going to see your questions if they are in Twitch itself.
that's the only way.
Yeah.
If you're just in front of your phone talking to it on Facebook, we cannot hear your questions.
Yeah.
So definitely click on through, get on in here, and all right. So I will give Matt a little while to figure out what's going on with questions and all of that, and we'll talk a little bit to start. So everyone on Facebook, we are about to begin. So come on through.
Yep.
And we're about to begin.
Yeah, absolutely. So overall, what's your opinion of the book, Larry? What do you think?
I think it's really, really strong.
Yeah.
I think this is, it used to be, I mean, I like Death Guard. Death Guard are really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they're my babies. I think they are a very strong army. But, they have obvious strengths and weaknesses. The Guard just don't have obvious weaknesses.
Not real. I mean, other than, combat, sort of.
Kind of, yeah, but then they added things in that definitely lets them mitigate that and take care of that.
Definitely.
So, I think that, Chaos used to be the previous army that I thought was really, really powerful overall, but not a lot of obvious weaknesses. But this one may be stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I think Astra Militarum were already, just in the indexes, probably one of the strongest armies.
Right.
And we saw that at some of the tournaments, some of the meta already. And I think that they have only got stronger. We've seen, in general, that happen with most of the codexes. Points got a little cheaper on some things, and you get all the stratagems, all the special rules and stuff. So they only got better. Let's go into some questions. So that's
all right.
General overview.
On to our questions.
So first we have the Yoker wants to know. Oh, this is messing me up. Point cost changes on any of the tanks.
I think Lehman Russ has got 10 points cheaper. There's 50 tanks in here, so you're going to have to be a little more specific than that because we don't have time to go through every single tank.
If you ask us, we're happy to give you points of particular things, but ask us
specifically.
Yeah, what's the point cost of this?
That's a lot more. I think in general, though, Lehman Russ has got 10 points cheaper. We'd have to pull that out. Again, guys, if you are watching us on Facebook Live, come on over. We'd love to hear your questions over in chat. Go ahead and get that in there. But we're over here on Twitch. Again, click through. Yeah, Matt, we got another question?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Manda Pi would like to know if the Tech Priest Engine Seer is in the Astra Militarum Codex, like in the 7th edition Codex, and I don't have to buy the Adeptus Mechanicus Codex just for one unit.
Correct.
I believe he is. Let me just check real quick.
99% certain. Let's find him real quickly.
Priest.
Yep. You can see him right here, Tech Priest Engine Seer.
He is in.
He is in here.
And we'll even tell you how much he costs.
He costs, he's two power level.
He's 2 power level. He's going to cost almost nothing.
Interestingly enough, he does not have the regiment keyword. He has the Forge World keyword.
The Tech Priest Engine Seer cost a mighty 30 whole points.
Yes, that's without some of his upgrades, but he's probably roughly about that. So.
All right, we have another question. What do we got?
Obi wants to know, what were the unit size changes for troops choices?
Once again, you need to ask us about specific units.
The only one that's actually changed is Conscripts have gone from,
is the important
from 20 to 50. They were 20 to 50 man units. They've gone down to 20 to 30 man units.
Right. So you're not going to have those super monster ones anymore. Now they're capped at 30, not 50.
Yeah, but all other troops are the same size.
Yep. Except Conscripts.
Yep. All right. So let's talk about conscripts for a second, because that's obviously a hot topic coming into this book.
I agree.
So commissars and conscripts did not change. You may have heard this already, but they Commissars still work perfectly fine on conscripts.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 changes that conscripts got are, like we already said, they went down to a maximum size of 30. And every time you give them an order, you have to roll a dice. On a 4+, the order goes off like normal. On less than a 4+, the order doesn't have any effect, and they can't be given any more orders.
Right. So they've definitely mitigated you're not gonna. It's not gonna be the crazy days that we had previously, where people are just machine gunning orders into oversized conscript squads. So I think overall, it feels like they didn't overreact, they didn't knee jerk, they just they toned them down in a realistic way. I'm gonna read you the actual rule for you guys. The rule is raw recruits. Roll a d6 each time an officer uses a voice of command ability to issue an order to this unit. On a 4+, the order applies as normal. Otherwise, the order has no effect, and no other orders can be issued to this unit for the rest of the term.
Right.
So they're conscripts. They don't take orders well. They took care of it in a nice way.
I don't think that the actual change in unit size was necessary, honestly, and I don't think it's going to have much of an effect. I do think it takes it back to the original. I think originally when conscripts came in as the Hive Gang militia in the Codex Armageddon in 3rd edition, they were capped at 30 man. And at some point they went up to 50 because they were basically, you could take 5 infantry squads or you could combine them into like one big conscript squad was kind of the idea. I don't think it has much of an effect. I think a lot of the tournament lists were already taking the 30-man units because they were a little more wieldy.
Yeah, I mean, it starts to become a giant pain in the butt, both in collecting models and just maneuvering them with units that big.
And if you're taking conscripts to fill out troop choices so that you get command points, you were taking smaller units anyway.
Right, it's true.
And there's not really a limit to how many troops you can take right now. I mean, it's functionally like 36 or something. So like, no one's strapped for like, oh, how can I fit another 20-man unit of conscripts in? And I think actually, given the raw recruit rules, you're going to want smaller units of conscripts because the chances of not having that order go off on the 50-man unit is actually a little risky.
Exactly.
On a bunch of 20-man units, you're going to get some off.
Exactly.
We'll get to that question in just one second. I do know what I want. I also just want to point out that there is maybe a workaround here.
Okay, what do we got?
So the Acadian Warlord trait, I'm going to go over real quickly, is roll the dice each time your Warlord issues an order or tank order. On a 4+, that order can affect an additional Acadian unit of the same type as the original target within 6 inches of the Warlord.
Right, so
and an order type is infantry or early Russ, not conscript. So I'm not certain if that's a way to get around the raw recruits, because it seems like you're not issuing the order to the conscripts. You could issue it to an infantry squad, and then on a 4+, it could affect an additional unit, which would be the conscripts. They're not actually being issued the order directly. The infantry squad is the target of the order. Right. It's affecting additional order.
So it's hazy.
It's hazy.
And that's going to be one of the things that they're going to definitely have to fact. Right. Is basically, do the conscripts have to make that roll if they're targeted by an effect?
By an effect, yeah. And
from
again,
the Acadian officer. Unknown.
It's not like it automatically gets it, because he only gets that off on a 4+.
Sure.
But it would let you try multiple times to give an order
exactly.
to those conscripts and maybe have it affect them at that point.
Yeah, which seems to go against the spirit of what they're trying to achieve with the conscript.
Yeah.
Rule.
So
we have another question, Matt. What do we got?
Yeah, Obi was asking, are the units identical costs between codexes, like Manda Pi was asking about the tech priest?
I don't know what you need to ask about.
Ask so much more specific than that, unfortunately.
Yeah, we need for those kinds of questions, guys, please ask us about specific units.
Yeah, there are changes between point costs on a lot of stuff. In general, they got cheaper in this book.
Give me 1 second, because I will go grab the index.
Index, sure. Yeah, we got another question?
Yeah, Eccentric Todd was asking,
Hi, Eccentric Todd.
Do you have a favorite regimental doctrine?
So it really depends on what you want to do in a lot of ways, and I think you can't take the doctrine outside of the order, because every regiment gets their regimental doctrine and their regimental order, and they really do come hand in hand. Like the Tolerance, for instance, their regimental doctrine is kind of good, but depending on what you're building, their order is why you might really want to take them as a regiment to get their tank order. Personally, I think the Acadian one, which is reroll 1s if a unit didn't move, or if it's an infantry unit that's been given the take aim and fire, reroll all misses. I think that's probably the overall, just like from I don't have anything super tricky I'm trying to do.
Right, I just make my army better.
Yeah, I just make my army reroll 1s across the board. It's probably the strongest in that regard.
That's Acadians.
That's Acadians, yeah.
I think other strong. I mean, they did a really good job with the regiments, because yeah, there's a couple that are a little on the weak side, but there's at least 3 or 4 based on your play style that I think are all equally good. It's just going to depend on what type of player. So, as an example, I've been one of those people for years. I've always told people there is no such thing as a best rule. There's a best rule for player, because every player is different. Like, some players are really good at being improvisational players. They're opportunistic, you know, and those types of players do better with armies that are fast, that are aggressive, that are like Eldar type armies, right? And if you're that kind of a player, if you're the kind of player, maybe you don't deploy really good, but you're really good at seeing opportunities and seizing on them mid-game, you're going to want to be playing things like Talarn.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe even Mordians.
Maybe
because you're going to be able to like find those opportunities and be like, bam, your character's dead, and that messes up your whole army.
Right.
But if you're the kind of player who you're really good at deployment, and you really like, you know, you've thought ahead, and you can kind of, you build that master plan. Something like Cadians is going to be really, really good for you. Something like Catechins, where your firepower is just better.
So I mean, I would say overall, on a broad use for just anyone, I'm not planning anything specific. Cadians are going to be the best, because they're always going to give your army a benefit. Something like Catechins is really good, though. Obviously, you could build an army that doesn't have any tanks that have weapons that fire multiple shots. So I get to reroll that d6 could mean nothing to you.
Right.
In that case, you have to build an army that's going to take advantage of that. It's going to be really, really strong. But probably Cadians is just as a straight up best.
Yeah.
You got another question there? Yeah.
Okay.
Bravo 4 asks, is it true Rough Riders didn't make it into the Codex?
Yeah. Yes, it's true.
This is for you. Yeah.
And I'm just going to say that in this book, in Codex Imperium 2, for the first time in like 20 years, Rough Riders were good.
Yeah, they're
pretty decent. They're good. They're still legal. They're part of the game. They're part of the universe, but they're not part of this codex.
Yeah.
They are not in here. They are gone. And we've seen this before. This is the whole thing that we saw this in a couple other codexes where the goal of the indexes was the index series was basically, could you have purchased this miniature because Games Workshop made it at some point? And if the answer to that question is yes, it's in this book. Yeah. The codexes are very much, do we sell the miniatures now? And there are no Rough Riders for sale now, and they're gone.
They're gone.
They are gone.
They're the only unit.
They are the only unit.
Technically, that's not in here. The Leman Russ Demolisher and the Leman Russ Battle Tank got combined into one data sheet.
Sure.
So they're no longer a separate. Technically, there's no Leman Russ Demolisher data sheet in here.
But it's all part of it.
But it's in there. And then because they moved in some of the small like sub faction units like Astra Telepathica and Aeronautical Imperialis and stuff. There are some units in those, like in the Ministorum in particular, that got added in here, and then there are some that didn't get added in here.
Right.
I wouldn't say that they're not in a codex yet, because they probably belong more in like the Sisters of Battle Codex or the Inquisition Codex.
Yeah, they're going to do like a Ministorum Codex at some point, and they're all going to be in there.
So there's no assassins in this book. Does that mean they're not getting a codex? Probably not.
But Rough Riders, they have galloped into the sunset.
They have.
Another question? What do we got, Matt?
PZ Graph
is
asking, have they buffed the Vanquisher, or is it still statistically worse versus tanks than the regular battle tank?
It's exactly the same. I mean, the only advantage it gets now is that, like all Leman Russes, it gets the the grinding advance rule. So if it moves less than half of its movement, it gets to fire twice. But I still think it is infinitely worse, because getting to fire twice is still not as like 2 shots. It's still not better than 2d6 shots.
Sure.
And there's enough things, and with both Cadians and Catechins having the ability to reroll a number of random shots you get, that makes those even better.
I'm really afraid of the Punisher.
The Punisher,
The Punisher is just going to be so brutal now.
Yeah. I mean, on the other hand, like Paskin and Vanquisher, like maybe hitting on a 2+ rerolling 1s, getting 2 shots, like. He's gonna hit with those 2 shots, but they're not really any better.
I mean, every edition it seems like there's like one. I mean, there's so many Leman Russ, just like there's so many Baneblade variants that like there's always one that's just a dud.
And
every edition,
and it's been the Vanquisher forever.
And it still is.
Yep. Another question?
Another question?
Sure. Shark Mango is asking, is it true that Crusaders are in the Militarum Codex?
Oh,
correct.
Yes.
Crusaders are in here. They do. Come with all their power swords and
storm shields.
And that was kind of one of those things I was talking about where they added some Ministorum things. There's the Crusaders and the Ministorum Priests got added into this book.
Right here, guys. I'm going to show that really. Crusaders, right here. They are in the book, and they actually did change. Not only are they added to the book, because, like, as an example, in the Chaos Space Marine book, you get demons, and they're just in there for convenience, and if you because you can summon them, but they don't actually have the keyword. Crusaders have been changed. They are different than these Crusaders. They have the Astra Militarum keyword has been added to them. They are now 100% part of this army. All your doctrines and everything will apply.
Your doctrines don't work.
Well, sorry,
they don't have regiments.
Well, they won't prevent you.
Sure. So they did another thing in this book really quickly, just to mention while we're on that track, is they have the special rule, Regimental Advisors and Auxiliary, I think it's called.
Yes.
Let me read the exact.
Yeah, because that's a pretty interesting thing. Because remember, you're going to have things like Ogrins and Ratlings. You have your abhumans.
Yeah. And
they wanted to make sure, which clearly aren't Cadians, and they're not.
Right.
So they need to make sure you can still take those.
Advisors and Auxiliary. So basically, there's a number of things in this book, like the Tech Priest Engine Seer, like the Minister and Priest, like Crusaders, and then all the Aeronautical Imperialis, Militarum Auxiliary, Commissar units, things like that, that do not have regiment keywords.
Right.
But you can take them in your regiment without losing the doctrine, because normally you have to have your entire attachment has to be of that regiment. These guys specifically get exempted from that. You can put them in there along with Tempestus Scions.
Correct. Stormtroopers.
Without losing your core regiment doctrine. So you'll notice when I play our game today, I am playing Mordians today. I have a number of these units in my list. They do not. I still get to use my Mordian special rules. They don't get those special rules. So the Crusaders aren't going to benefit from any of the doctrines in this book, but they are in the book. They are kind of like we were talking about, one of those additional new, like, how do I deal with close combat?
Exactly. One of the problems Guard had before was, once you actually got to them, you had, they just, fell like wheat.
Right.
But, I mean, being able to buy squads of guys who have storm shields and power swords and can use Acts of Faith. They can use Acts of Faith. Default, it's in here.
It's in the book,
That's a really interesting concept for it's just another tool. Right now, it's not just, I have to buy Ogrins. Well, you could buy Ogrins or you could buy Crusaders. So,
which is interesting. I don't know if we're going to see a new Crusader box. It's the Plastic Crusaders at some point.
Maybe part of Plastic Sisters
in
the future.
It's interesting that they decided to add them in here, but they are in here.
Okay.
Some more questions?
Another question? What do we got?
So Obi is clarifying a question from before.
Okay.
So are the things that are in both codexes, like the Tech Priest Engine Seer, the same between Astra Militarum and Adeptus Mechanicus? Are they the same?
I would imagine between
two codex, because it's in both books.
Oh, between Adeptus. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have it offhand, I can't.
I would imagine the points are the same. I don't know if all of the weapon points are exactly the same. They may have access, because the upgrades, like weapons, tend to change a little bit from book to book.
Sure.
So that might be different. I don't know what all the options are. I think the base point costs are the same. I can't 100%.
It's definitely the same model. I'll put it that way. Like if you own that miniature, you can use it freely as both.
And like we said in this book, it has the, it has in the like the Tech Priest Engine Seer in the Adeptus Mechanicus book, it had the Astra Militarum keyword on it.
Right.
And it had the Mechanicus keyword. And in this one, it has both as well. It has the same, and like you pick a Forge World. So I would imagine its base points are the same. I don't know about all the upgrade options. I'm sure default is the same points, though.
Okay.
I can't imagine that they would have made it at this point different.
Is there another one, Matt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shark Mango is asking a little more, what are Acts of Faith and what else do they affect?
Sure. So Acts of Faith, right now in this book, they only affect the Crusaders.
Right.
But they are a special rule that normally, like the Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle get. They're like, hey, I pray to the Emperor and he lets me do things.
Right.
So basically, if your army contains Crusaders at the start of the turn, you can roll a dice on a 2+. One unit from your army with this ability can perform an act of faith from the chosen fallen list. So
and there are 4 of them.
If you have 10 Crusader units, only one of them gets to perform an act of faith.
Right.
However, if you were to say add Saint Celestine into your list as an ally,
then you can do multiple.
She can do multiple things. There's things like that. Your 4 options you have. The unit can immediately move as if it was the movement phase.
So just a free movement phase, out of sequence.
It can shoot as if it were the shooting phase. Notably, Crusaders have no access to any ranged weapons.
So they will never use that one.
Yes. And they also have the Passion. If it's within 1 inch of an enemy unit, it can pile in an attack, which is what it's going to be doing.
Sure.
Most of the time. And then they can also recover D3 lost wounds, or a single slain model can come back to life.
Which is pretty snappy.
Yeah. So again, just to point out, like, these guys do have 2 attacks each with power weapons. The Ministorum Priest, which you probably are going to be willing to take in your list anyway because it's great, does give them an additional attack because they are Ministorum infantry. So they can suddenly have 3 attacks each, attacking twice. If they charge, they can reroll hits. And they also do get to deny. They get to deny psychic abilities as well.
Yep. So that's 1 deny the witch roll.
Yeah, but they only roll a d6.
Oh.
But I mean, that's not the worst.
It's nice.
Yeah,
it's free.
It's free. And they're a solid unit. They got a 4+ cover save, a 4+ save normally, a 6+ invulnerable save just because of the Shield of Faith, and then a 3+ invulnerable save from their Storm Shields.
And their weapon skill 3+.
Yep.
So I mean, by guard standards, these guys are
great.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys are great.
I mean, it's too bad that they can't be catechins and be strength 4.
Oh.
Yeah. So I mean, a solid 3 attacks each. You know, have that unit come in.
All power weapons.
All power weapons.
Yeah, -3 save.
Yeah,
Oof.
being able to
Good
attack
stuff.
twice a turn.
Yep.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do we got?
All right.
Where is it? Bravo 4 asks,
Yeah.
is it true that the cost of some weapons change based on the unit that takes it? For example, a plasma gun for a regular guardsman versus a veteran.
Yes, I believe plasma guns are the only weapon that affects. But they have a different effect whether they are given to a model with ballistic skill 3 or ballistic skill 4.
Yeah, we did see that. Yeah, right there.
But if you have ballistic skill 4, they are 7 points. If all other models, so theoretically a model with ballistic skill 5 would pay more points for it, but I don't think they can get them.
Yeah.
Basically, the other models pay 13 points for it.
Yep.
They are the only.
That is the only. I'm looking through all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the only one.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but I mean, I assume that that's in there for.
It's for plasma veterans.
It's plasma veterans scions.
I mean, it does affect scions, but I don't think I think they were probably the same points in their old list
That's
before, or something like that. But it really affects command squads, which are veterans,
right?
And then the veteran units by themselves.
Yeah.
So
and you'll note in general that these are all things. I mean, we have seen them doing this in some of the other codexes where they're definitely learning from some of the things that were obviously not quite pointed correctly in the index books, because we've seen corrections. We saw corrections to Poxwalkers, and we've seen corrections to other things along the way. So they are definitely updating. I mean, the big question is Games Workshop has such a very long advanced lead time, so we don't know how long what the gap was between when the points were finalized for the index books, because these could have been done a long time ago. So there could have been a very large gap between even though for us it's only a few months between this and this.
Right.
This could have been written up a long time ago, and they had plenty of time to be like, oh, wait a minute, in testing we noticed that there was some
they went up. They were base 7 points in the old book, so they got more expensive in this book
for the BS.
The BS3.
Yeah,
which makes sense.
Makes sense.
And that I think was one of the things they lost a little bit by moving to the kind of generic giant points in the back block rather than each infantry unit, each unit being you can get a plasma gun for this many points, an ultra gun for this many points. So they lost the ability to distinguish between that.
Right.
I think it's good that they brought it back here because obviously a model with skill 3 is going to get more use out of a gun than a model.
I mean, this is also one of the first codexes where we've seen a codex where there are units with different bands.
Sure.
Most
codexes,
like when you're playing Space Marines, they're all everyone is hitting on 3s.
Yeah.
And when you're doing Chaos, so it's but the Guard are different.
Yeah.
You do get those guys where it does make a big difference.
Yeah. You got some more questions?
Got some more questions, Matt?
Yeah.
What do we got?
Insta Axe Toast.
Okay.
How many points are the Crusaders?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure.
We'll get that for you. No problem at all. Crusaders cost. Checking.
Yeah.
We're looking at a Crusader right there.
So they're going to be 11 points base.
11 points base, and they come with
a power weapon and a shield. The power sword is
melee. Power sword
is 4, so that's 15.
That's 15. The storm shield, they're actually not equipped with a storm shield. It's just a special ability. It just says.
Sometimes they're actually given points, but I don't think.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't.
I think the Storm Shield is free.
It would be here. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the Storm Shield is
Yeah.
free on them because I'm not seeing it in the other.
So they cost.
sections.
So they cost 15 points.
Yeah, which is pretty cheap.
Which is not bad.
Yeah.
Considering that they're a really unique unit that offers a lot of things to a guard army that they can't normally get, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
Got another one? What do we got?
Dax the Destroyer.
Dax, what's going on?
Being a Steel Legion fan, I'm wondering how useful you find their special rules.
Let's go back and talk about the Steel Legion, because remember, let's go back and talk about all of the Steel Legion stuff.
Yes,
because they have a whole bunch. Because when you talk about a regiment, you're really talking about many different things. Because first they have their regimental rules, then they have their order, then they have their warlord trait, then they have their relic. So there's a lot of. So
I think that the order is really useful if you've built your army around it. So obviously a Steel Legion army.
We're Steel Legion, right?
To actually have any effect
there.
is going to want to be built around the Armored Fist squads. It's going to be want to build like a Steel Legion list. So their Steel Legion, their special order, if you don't know, is called Mount Up, and basically you give it to a unit, to an infantry unit, and then until the end of the phase, it can shoot, and then immediately embark within an Armageddon transport vehicle as long as they're all within 3 inches of the vehicle.
Which is awesome.
And then it can't have, but the only issue that it has is it can't be issued to a unit which disembarked in the preceding movement phase.
Right, so you can't do the outfire back in.
Which honestly I think is a mistake. I think they should have allowed us to do that.
Oh, that's... No.
I mean, if Talon tanks can pop out from cover, fire, and go back into cover, why can't my guys jump out, shoot, and jump back in?
Because they cheat.
Talon's cheat, sure.
It's because the Talon are just clearly better.
That's fair. So I think that's a really good order.
And now let's go.
I wish that the officer could go with them, because it's kind of funny that you're like, oh, my guy and my officer jump out, and then the officer's like, everyone shoot and get back in, and I'll stand around here and hope that the tank doesn't shoot, I don't get shot. But I think it's a pretty useful order. It's going to allow you, especially like the first turn, you could set up outside of the model, everyone jump in, and then you could, funnily enough, get some like free movement if you're behind the tank, jump in, and then the next for free, and the next turn jump out at the beginning.
And then we have this.
But it's useful. It's nothing crazy. But I think you could see it to protect some units that are kind of fragile and you don't want to get shot. Their actual doctrine is pretty useful. Being able to rapid fire up to 18 inches is not. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you get an extra 6 inches out of it.
Absolutely,
it's really good. It's really decent. In theory, they're going to be closer than a normal guard army because they're all mounted.
In theory,
in theory, they have more mobility than just guys on foot, so they'll be able to get up to midfield faster.
Yep. So like that's nifty. The -1 treating AP -1 as 0 on their vehicles is pretty good too. Their Armored Fist stratagem is junk though, unfortunately. So it's 1 command point, and it's an Armageddon infantry unit from your army that disembarked from an Armageddon transport this turn. You can reroll hits of 1 until the end of that phase.
That seems pretty weak for 1 command point.
Considering that all Imperial Guard officers have a command that they can give to that unit that automatically goes off that lets you reroll 1s already.
Yep.
I don't know why you'd ever... And this one is like super complicated. They have to have disembarked this turn from a thing. I think it's absolutely junk. You would just give the order and reroll 1s. Save yourself that command point. The Skull Mask, which is their relic, is okay. Enemy units within 3 inches suffer a -1 penalty to leadership. Orcs units suffer a -2 penalty instead. Orcs don't care about morale, so affecting their leadership is functionally useless.
Right.
And it's within 3 inches, so
it's just there for fluff.
Yeah.
It's not there it's not going to change it.
It's not going to do a dang thing.
I mean, overall, I think,
what's their Warlord trait?
Oh, checking their Warlord trait really quick.
Being able to rapid fire out to 16 inches makes them want to take all the plasma guns in the world. And if you give a bunch of guys plasma guns, they're going to be really good. So they get to add +1 to their attack characteristics and reroll 1s to wound from your Warlord in the 5 phase.
As their Warlord trait. So he's a little better. Your guy's a little more.
And there are some like combos you can do to make your Warlord a decent combat character. So I guess that's okay if that's how you want to build it. Frankly, I think what you're going to see is like a veteran squads of plasma that are going to be able to rapid fire out to 18 inches and then jump into a transport. Like that's what's going to be really good about them and not get shot back. If you want to build your army like that, which you're going to have to, because if you're building your army around Armored Fist squads, like you're not going to be able to take that. You're probably going to want to take veterans, so that you don't have to take as many chimeras. So overall, it's decent. I don't think it's one of the strongest. I think that their order and their doctrine are pretty good. If you build an army around them, I think the rest of their stuff's junk. I got another question there.
Yes.
Kurt Stanley wants to know, what do dozer blades do?
Yeah, so there are some new weapon
Yes.
vehicle upgrades. I haven't really noticed them before, but they are in here. They include dozer blades.
They're in a weird place.
They're in the rest. They're in the where all the rest of the weapons are.
Okay.
So
there.
Dozer blades. If the vehicle with a dozer blade charges in the charge phase, add 1 to hit rolls for it until the end of the ensuing fight phase. So instead of hitting on 6s, you hit on 5s.
That's not the one I think is actually really interesting. The
Yeah.
one that all you guard players are going to want is track guards.
Yes.
So track guards, a vehicle with track guards always counts as having its starting number of wounds when determining its move characteristic. So they will, if you go with track guards, your tanks move at full speed until they're dead.
Yep.
And that is really useful.
That's really good.
That's really, really useful.
Yeah, so instead of like, oh, now my Chimera moves 3 inches, you're like, nah, last turn of the game.
Or even for like a Baneblade.
Even
like
a Baneblade.
something that's just huge and has a huge...
get track guards.
Oh, that's true.
I
that is an excellent
question. And I
question.
don't know if they can get...
I'll check.
Yeah.
I have
100 killer missiles. No, they cannot get...
Okay.
The Baneblades cannot take them.
Okay.
If a Baneblade could take the Dozer Blade really good.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Because Baneblades hit... some of the Baneblade variants actually hit on a 5-up, I think. That was a bet. Yeah. Baneblades hit on a 5-up in combat and have like 9 attacks, so if they can get a +1 to hit, that'd be awesome. Sadly,
take
they
the
can't.
next question because I have something that
We got another question there.
So
that I
the
have to
next
look up real
question
quick.
was Bravo 4 asking about track guards. So
There
we got
we go.
that covered.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Anything else yet?
If you want to, so could you go over some of the other vehicle upgrades? Because I've heard they're decent.
Yeah, so there's 3 of them.
There's only 3.
There's the track guards we talked about. There's the dozer blade we talked about, and then there's something called an auger upgrade. I don't think it's really good. Basically, it's like once per game, your vehicle can reroll a single hit or wound, which like sounds decent, but it's like 10 points, I think. And to only reroll once for the entire game. If it was once per like phase, you could reroll a wound. It would be really good. Like there's other you could already pretty easily get to reroll 1s. And just like with a lot of the vehicles having so many shots, getting to reroll one hit or 1 wound isn't really going to have much of an effect. Admittedly, like on some of the crazy ones, if you're using like a Vanquisher, it's probably pretty good. You get points, you might get it out of your one big shot, something like that. So there's probably some vehicles that have that could get some effect from that.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I just think that rerolling 1 hit or 1 wound over the course of the game for like 10 points probably isn't worth it.
I wanted to make a quick note going back to Armageddon Steel Legion.
Yeah.
That from kind of a old time player's point of view, you forget about this, but you can, if you're all about mechanized guard at this point, you don't have to go Chimeras. The Taurox is completely interchangeable.
Sure.
So you can have Armageddon Steel Legion and just fully go in Taurox.
Yes,
and you'll be a little bit faster. The only difference is that the Taurox Prime, that is for Tempestus, Scions, but the normal Taurox is completely interchangeable. So you can put all of your normal Astra Militarum command squads, normal dudes, whatever, you can put them in Chimeras, you can put them in Tauroxes. So you do have different options.
Or if you want to be like a cool person.
I know what you're going to say.
You know what I'm going to say?
I know what you're going to say.
What am I going to say?
You're going to say you should take, if you want to be the most badass Armageddon Steel Legion player, you want to put them all in a Stormlord.
Yes, exactly.
Take your 40 guys and put them in the Baneblade transport.
Yes, so it does get an Armageddon transport vehicle, so you can have your guys all jump back into it. And,
oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're like,
you can have like 40 guys.
Yeah, we're gonna shoot it. We're all gonna jump into this transporter. Good luck killing any of us. And then next turn, we're all gonna jump back out.
How fast does that thing move?
It's not crazy fast.
It's probably fast enough. Hold on, Stormlord.
10 inches. Yeah,
10 is plenty.
Yep.
That's plenty good.
So yeah, so that's you can do that.
So all of you all you Armageddon Steel Legion players,
Yeah.
we want to see some
I mean,
cool style armies.
Let's be honest, like if you're playing Armageddon Steel Legion, unless you've converted it, you're playing a bunch of old metal models. You probably don't want to take a ton of infantry in that list anyway, because those are hard to come by these days.
Chase the tanks. Okay, we got another question. What do we got, Matt?
Isendar is
Okay.
asking if there are any rules for dealing with homebrew regiments.
Nope.
There are not, but there are a lot. Of I'm not gonna say homebrew regiments. I really like this book because, first of all, for the first time in a long time, I don't even remember which edition it was. Was it the 5th edition?
It was
Guard
the
Codex?
4th
Or was
edition.
it the 4th?
I believe
it was the
the 4th
doctrine
edition.
one. The doctrine one.
Yeah.
I mean, this book has rules for all 8 regiments. For eight regiments, which is really impressive. I mean, there's a huge amount of variety, and they show you a ton more, and they give you a lot of kind of the canon approved conversions for a lot of these new units. Of these new regiments, and basically you're just going to make up whatever you want to, and you're just going to say that they're whatever.
And
my guys are Mordians.
That's what they say to do. That's basically the only thing they have for a homebrew regiment is that if your regiment isn't one of these 8, pick the one that you feel is best.
Exactly.
So for instance, the example they gave is there's one of the regiments they made up in this, or they made up before, is the Ventrillon Nobles, and they say, well, you should use the Vestroyan weapons rule because they're all a bunch of like rich guys that have super awesome
They're all
guns.
fancy guys.
Yeah.
Right.
So unfortunately, there's not like any mix and match anymore. But much like with Space Marines, if your chapter is an unknown founding chapter,
Also, really quick, I did
pick
want
what
to
you
point this out, that one of the things I really like about this book, which I talked about in a post on Bowls this morning, is that, so as an example, this page, you do get, they actually commissioned artwork for not only the 8 existing regiments, but for a bunch of new ones. And some of them are brand new that we've never seen before. Like these are Armageddon Orc Hunters.
Oh,
and
seen stuff
okay,
before,
we've seen
yeah.
those before. That is a female guardsman.
Yeah.
With tattoos and whatever. We have these guys that are clearly based on Skitarii. We have the Savlark Hemdogs. I love the Savlark Hemdogs because they're like the Mad Max regiment.
Yeah.
And so we actually have artwork for these guys, and in the color plate section of the
Got
book.
one here too.
Did I totally miss the color plate section? Where's the color plate section? I'm going right there. Here we go. And then in the color plate section, they actually give you right here. There's a page that actually has all of those regiments of the ones that they made up, and they tell you like how to convert them.
Yep.
And once again, you can assign these to be whatever regiments you want to. But it's cool that I mean, maybe next time around, or if there's a future campaign, we might actually get rules for these.
Absolutely.
So like the Savlark Hemdogs, they're a combination of Cadians and
Gene Stealer Cole.
and Gene Stealer Cole
Yeah.
guys, because they look kind of improvised weapons, and they have guys here that are using Cadians with Skitarii heads and backpacks. So there's a bunch of really simple some of them are using heads from Empire handgunners and
stuff like
old
that.
fantasy stuff.
So I mean, once you have books like this, honestly, that's probably I hope that they do that in future, like if they do campaigns or something.
Oh yeah,
because it's super easy for them to say, here's a new Guard Regimental Doctrine kind of thing.
Oh.
Here's a new Space Marine chapter tactics.
Yeah, just like we saw during, say, when they did the Kalyan Monkta campaign book, and they were like, here's our chance to, and that was like kind of when they really formalized what some of the Space Marine chapters were. They could easily have a campaign in the future and be like, here's the Savlark Hemdogs, and this is what their actual I mean, it would be half a page of rules.
Exactly.
And I really hope that they do.
Yeah.
All right.
I got some more questions.
Matt.
Yeah, Obi wants to know,
Okay.
Can tank commanders only give tank orders, and how do you field them? Or can tank orders only be given by tank commanders?
That's for you, Mr. Tank
Those
Commander.
are both correct. Tank commanders can only give tank orders, and tank orders can only be given by tank commanders.
That is correct.
So if it is a tank order, only tank commanders can give them.
And what's the weird, funny thing about tank commanders?
So there's a couple funny things about tank commanders.
Because they're weird.
One, tank commanders can now give orders to themselves. This is a change from the index. Before they had to give them to other Legion Russes. They couldn't order themselves. They can order themselves now, which actually makes them really good. They are officers. So anything that says officer affects a tank commander. So for instance, you can only take one command squad per officer in your list.
Right.
But you can take them. But tank commanders aren't officers, so you can have a tank commander with his command squad nearby, which actually makes sense in the fluff because they talked about how the tank commanders sometimes run around on foot with like a command squad, and then sometimes jump into their tanks. Also, the new Ogryn Bodyguard, because they're a character, the Ogryn Bodyguard can take wounds off of the tank commander, so like he can, I don't know, like.
And you can buy multiple Ogryn Bodyguards.
You can, so you could have a tank commander.
I imagine that they just kind of sit on the tank.
Yeah, they sit on the tank, or they just like
they
pull some of their armor off and put it over the hole in the tank. They're like, oh, a slab shield, that'll patch it up good there.
Yeah. So weird stuff like that.
Yeah, we got some more questions there.
Mm-hmm.
Eccentric Todd.
Eccentric Todd.
Much better than normal Todd.
Much better than Blasé Todd.
Can troops inside of the Stormlord shoot out?
Yes.
Yes.
The Storm Lord can have like 40 models shoot out of it, and the Storm Hammer.
I thought the Stormlord is the only one.
No, there's two of them that can transport.
Really?
The Storm Lord gets like 40 models. The other one gets like 20 models can shoot out. They have a specific. The Storm Sword.
Upper firing deck.
Oh, sorry. Storm Lord can have 20 models.
Up to 20. Yeah, it can carry. It can carry 40.
They changed this.
And up to 20 models
20,
can shoot in the shooting phase, measuring and drawing line of sight from any point on the vehicle. Units that shoot in this manner count as having moved if the Stormlord moved in the preceding movement phase.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of guys firing at. That's the Stormlord.
That may be the only one now.
I think
there is another one. It might be a Forge
I'm looking.
one.
No.
There used to be another one that could take like 20 models could ride inside and 10 could shoot out.
Oh, right there.
Yeah,
this
Bane
one.
Hammer.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the Doom Hammer can carry 25 models and 10 can fire out. So it's exactly it's half roughly.
It's half. So yeah, that's a special rule that those specifically have.
The Doom Hammer, I think, is the one. It's like a. It also has the open deck in the back, but it has like a mortar.
Giant mag cannon.
Yeah, it has a gun on it that is a little more offensive than the.
It's more of an anti-tanker.
Right.
Yeah.
Than
the giant Vulcan Bolter.
Than the Vulcan Mega Bolter, so it can't carry as many guys.
Amusingly enough, though, if they're Talaran, they can now assault and fire all the weapons like assault weapons. Or advanced. So you could have
the only thing better than a Bane Blade is a sneaky desert Bane Blade.
Yes. It can go really
Jump
fast.
right out. It'll surprise you.
Go 16 inches and fire all like 8 heavy flamers on it.
Oh, so good. So good.
Delicious.
Can you tell that I'm an old-time Talarn player? I'm very excited about the desert. Also, I mean, the Talarn are pretty much the Eldar. Yeah. I mean, like, when you look at their special rules, very similar to Battle Focus. I mean, pretty much it's the if you like, I like the way Eldar play, but fundamentally, I hate elves. Then you should play Talarn.
I want to be human elves, yeah.
Yeah.
Any more questions there, Matt?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet? All right. We got a couple more minutes. If you've got a couple last questions, go ahead and think of them.
What do you think about the Ogryn Bodyguard?
I think the Ogryn...
The new unit in the book.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch this unit. It's not super expensive. It's like 55 points, I think.
He's pretty... Let me look him up. The Ogryn Bodyguard is... I think he may be kind of a sleeper hit.
He might be. So there could be like...
He is 55
points, and base his weapons don't cost anything.
Right, so he's 55 points.
Ripper's free. You can upgrade him to be more expensive.
And let's look at how good he is.
Though honestly, there's not much reason to, other than giving a different gun, simply because he's not going to get shot by himself, and if he's taking wounds from people, his armor doesn't matter. But like, you might have some tricky things you could build in like taking like 6 or 7 of them and running them as a little weird combat unit. So. By himself, he's strength and toughness 5. He's got 6 wounds.
Which is double what an Ogryn.
Which is double what an Ogryn.
Right, so he's effectively 2 Ogryn.
Right. He's got 4 attacks, so pretty good. And then he has access to all the crazy Ogryn upgrades. So, I mean, he can have... he can have the crazy, like, 4-up invulnerable save.
Yep.
You can actually get your Ogryns to have, like, a 2-up save through some random trickery.
Right, through some various tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you give him a slab shield, and that increases his... Yeah, you give him bullroom play. Yeah. There's things you can do to really up his save.
Yeah, so, like, I just, like, he's an interesting, like, bodyguard unit, and he's a nice way you could throw 1 or 2 of those in there just to, like, keep your commissars or your commanders alive a little longer against some of the random stuff that's coming out there. Stuff like Mortarion that's just throwing out these mortal wounds.
Yeah. Or,
like, oh, did you take a sniper unit? Like, now you're just going to take you, like, 2 or 3 turns to kill one of my characters.
And I think it's really good because the entire order mechanic is such a linchpin of this army. You know, if the army has a weakness, it's also its strength, which is the order system.
Yeah.
So you really do need to keep your officers alive, and they're so squishy.
They're very squishy.
So it's a really useful unit.
It is useful. We'll see if it like. on the other hand, like, I do wonder because it's basically more points than just buying another one of those officers.
I mean, at the same...
All the officers are about
true.
30 points. So you're like, well, I could buy this Augur Bodyguard and keep my officer alive longer. Or I could just buy 2 of those officers. 2 additional officers and have 3 of them. So, like, I don't know. We'll have to see. I think there's probably some funny things you could do by having, like, a bunch of them sit behind your tank and just take all the shots for the tank somehow. That's pretty amusing and dumb. And then, like, I have to play around, but like I think there might be something interesting in taking like 5 or 6 of them and running them as like this combat character Uber unit.
Oh right.
Of like yeah,
it's like the poor man's assassin squad.
Right. Yeah. Be like, oh yeah.
5 bodyguards. Here we come.
We got that, and we got a priest to give us all an additional attack or something. Yep. And like now we're all like 5 attacks at strength 8. Like that's with these Crusaders over here.
Right. Sounds spicy.
And then I got like a mob of conscripts with Strachan, and like suddenly this guard army is looking like a combat army. All right, so we got like time for like one last question, I think.
All right, Matt, what do we got?
All right, so we got a couple questions.
Okay.
So I'll just pick the first one.
Okay.
All right. Did they add any special characters for the different regiments?
Nope.
No special characters. So that's a quick one. On to the next one.
Yeah.
Vitez wants to know: can sergeants now take basic lasgun as well?
That's an interesting question. You, sir, ask an interesting question. Let us go look. I don't think there's any changes in the normal infantry squad right there.
Yeah, let's see here.
The sergeant, each guardsman has a laser gun and frag. The sergeant has a laser pistol and frag grenades. And let me check the upgrades. The sergeant, yes, the sergeant may replace his pistol with any item from the ranged weapon list. So then where's the ranged weapon list?
Right no. So technically the sergeant cannot.
Oh my gosh, you're right. But he can take a bolt gun.
He's always going to take a bolt gun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So no laser gun, but I take the bolt gun.
I did the bolt gun, but honestly, I wish that there was an option for a las gun. It's a point for the bolt gun, and honestly, I doubt if anyone I just think it would be easier if you could take a las gun, just for this.
Right, just for modeling.
Yeah,
well,
modeling.
I have my guy. All my sergeants have bolt guns.
They do, but just for the sake of dice rolling, because like having to be like, and here's my one bolt gun shot. Like,
Who's different?
It's just annoying. Like,
you could just roll it as a laser gun.
You could just.
And your opponent will let you do.
They will let you do.
They'll totally be like, these are paint bolt rounds.
Yep.
So they're merely strength 3.
Yep.
One more, Matt. What do we got?
So I'm gonna combine 2 questions from Shark Mango.
I feel like it's an SAT. Two-part question.
What named characters did make it into the Codex, and why is Marbo not one of them?
All the ones that were in the Index made it into the Codex, which is Pask, Krell, Creed, Yarrick, Harker, and Strachan. Those are the only ones that made it in. That's all the ones that were in the Index, and I assume it's because those are the ones that they make models for right now.
That's true. I like to also think that La Soldat Marbo,
yes,
as he is called in the French versions of the Codex, he's more of a myth now.
Yeah.
And he's just out there somewhere killing for the Emperor.
We were discussing where we all think he is right now.
In a lot of ways, Harker kind of like a lot of his fluff is very similar.
Strachan kind of plays the way. He's just a killer.
He's a killer, and then like Harker has a lot of the same fluff. It's like I'm this super guy who like goes off into the jungle and kills predators or whatever.
I'm just hoping that there's a future campaign that's just like called like Marbo 3, like Justice Warrior. And it's just Marbo. It's just a campaign of the Astra Militarum fighting Tyranids.
Yeah.
And it's just Marbo in a jungle just killing every alien ever.
Get to the Valkyrie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's gonna be that'll be
great.
I
don't know why I mean, I assume this is because this is what they make models for right now.
Exactly. I don't think the Marbo model has been available for quite some time.
Yeah. I mean, it's long enough that they didn't put him in the Index.
That's true.
Right. So,
he's
not in the Index, I believe.
So
and there are special characters that have been in prior guard books that did not make it in here, like Sergeant Baston.
You are right.
He was in like the fourth and fifth edition guard book. He didn't make it in. He's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Gaunt's not in here. Schaefer and his last chance.
I mean, a lot of guard.
Guard have probably lost the most special characters.
They have, because they used to have a named character for every regiment.
They used to have them.
There was Chenkov. And
there was Chenkov.
And there was the Talaran guy. I mean, I don't even remember. There was so many.
El Harim or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
which I think some of their things get like referenced in the relics. I think
That's true. They do.
And obviously, like,
and to be honest, a lot of the doctrines just do what those old characters used to do.
They do it, and I mean, like,
it's kind of the same.
Guard are probably the ones that make the most sense because, like, how long does a guardsman live, right? Like
13 minutes.
13 minutes,
or
right?
Whatever that novel was.
But like even
minutes.
like the big heroes of the guardsmen live for like 50 years or something.
Right.
And like, you know,
there's not a lot of guard retirees.
Dante's been commander of the Blood Angels for 1,000 years.
Yeah,
so
there's not like the VA for the guard. It's not really
not
well
much.
funded in the Imperium. There's not many people who are part of the guard of the Astra Militarum VA. It's not.
So yeah, but there are
a tough life.
I think Guard out of any codex have lost the most special characters over the years.
Probably.
Yeah.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah. Like Space.
Because they were all. It's just all the old metal ones.
Sure.
They were all the old metal ones.
All the old metal ones. Yeah.
Hey, you know, they make those triumvirate boxes. They could easily crank out a couple new ones.
Yep.
All right, guys. That is it for our review. Thank you all so much for watching.
Mm-hmm.
We are not going to take the stream down. We're just going to go to a quick hold screen, and then we will be back really, really fast. Don't go anywhere. Stay in chat. Everything is staying up.
Keep asking your questions.
Keep asking your questions. As you can see here, we have our table. It's actually all the way set up. We have my Death Guard army. We have Abe's Astra Militarum, his Mordian army.
Yes.
And we are going to be up and playing this game in just a few minutes, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll be answering your questions throughout the
We have the
game,
book. Nothing is
so
changing.
Keep asking those. Matt will pay careful attention to all the questions you're asking and make sure to relay them to us.
And we will be right back.
Yes.
We're back!
Hey!
Ta-da! All right. Let's talk about... we're playing a 2,000-point game today.
Yes.
And we are... this is game 1 of Astra Militarum Celebration Week. We are testing out the new Codex.
Yes.
Who has the Codex? You have it.
I'm playing the
There it is, because someone's playing the Astra Militarum. I'm playing Mortal Enemies. Death Guard. As always. All right.
I know.
Do you feel a little cough in the back of your throat? So we're playing 2,000-point lists.
Yep.
And we're doing a fairly when we're testing out codexes, we're not doing super crazy missions.
Sure.
Because we want and we're going to be putting the codex through its tests against very different types of armies this week.
And we're using different types of different regiments, different types of
exactly.
armies.
So you're doing Mordians today.
Yes.
And I am doing Death Guard, obviously.
Yep.
2,000-point lists. Our mission is fairly basic. We are doing a victory points based on the amount of kill points.
Mm-hmm.
Our armies both have approximately 100. Well, sorry, power level.
Yeah.
So every time a unit is destroyed, you gain its power level in points.
Mm-hmm.
Both of our armies have approximately 100 power level to give up in points, and then we have 3 objectives. That are along the center line. We have one right over here. Matt, if you want to go to the overhead real quick. Yeah. We have an objective right here. You'll see them. These are our statues, which are also called Stormcast Eternals. We have with the wings. So we have one statue here. We have one statue here. And we have one statue. Let me turn this guy so you can see his wings. There we go. So he's all shiny on camera. And we'll put him there. So we have 3 of those, and each of those are worth 15. Mm-hmm. So there's a total of 45.
That's at the end of the game.
Right, and that's at the end of the game. Whoever has those at the end of the game gets those points. So nice and simple. It's a good combination. A little bit of killing and a little bit of moving up and getting objectives on the center line. And that's it. I'm going to be going first.
Yep.
And
let's
go over our armies. I'll go first because it's really easy.
Sure.
So and everyone is interested in Abe's army anyway. So my army, fairly meat and potatoes Death Guard army. I have a Land Raider. Inside of that Land Raider is a 9-man squad.
Okay.
Of Plague Marines.
Yeah.
And they have a Biologist Putrefier with them.
Oh, and what does that one do?
That's the grenade guy.
The grenade guy.
Everyone knows how I love my super grenade thing. So we got 10 guys there. Well, 9 guys and him. Mm-hmm. This one has a 10-man squad and no character in there with them. Sure. Plague Marines, both of those squads, actually, one of the squads has double plasma, one of them has double melt.
Okay.
They both have Power Fist Sergeants.
Which one has the melt guns?
The plasma is this guy.
Okay.
Plasma, Melta. Okay. Power Fist Sergeants in both. They both have icons of despair that are represented by nothing.
So just remember, it's despair.
It's just despair. Right. What does despair look like?
Nothing.
Oh. I have
existential despair.
I have a bloat drone, with Twim with the plague burst cannons. Yep. The plague spurt cannons. Gross. Okay, and then over here, as you can see, right here, we have 20 poxwalkers, 10 cultists, typhus, and a malignant plague caster. So both of my psychers, they're right in the middle. They're all bubble wrapped. Typhus, remember, is going to make all the poxwalkers better, plus 1 strength, plus 1 toughness. So now they're kind of beefy.
They're beefy, yeah.
They're beefy, and that is my 2,000-point army.
All right. So before the game actually started, before we set up, I actually spent 3 of my 15 command points.
I also have 6 command points because I'm a normal person.
Because Larry's playing index ideas, not codexes where you need real. He's playing with the codex, but he hasn't adapted to it yet. So I did use the Imperial Commander's Armory to get a couple extra relics, which I'll go over as we're going over. But just be aware of that. So out here on the table, let's go from biggest to smallest. Then I've got my Lehman Russ Demolisher. This is a command tank. Lehman Russ Officer tank with the Demolisher. It's got a las cannon. It's got a heavy stubber on it. It's got heavy bolters on the side. I then have 2 identical normal Lehman Russes over here. These are battle cannons. They've got 3 heavy bolters on them and a heavy stubber. So lots of shots there. We've got 3 individual Sentinel Scout Walkers with autocannons. 1 here, and 1 over here. Which you can just barely see back here. Those are my fast attack choices, because you gotta have those apparently. That's a thing now. No. Then I've got two 30-man conscript units. One of them is right here, deployed as Mordians. The second one is in reserve. We'll get to that in just a second here. Then we've got 7 infantry squads. 3 of them have a missile launcher, a grenade launcher, and a vox caster.
Okay.
3 of them have an autocannon, a flamer, and a vox caster, and then 1 of them has a las cannon, a melter gun, and a vox caster. So I've got a missile launcher squad here, a missile launcher squad here, a missile launcher squad here. I've got all 3 of my autocannon squads right here.
See those?
And then I've got the las cannon squad right here.
Okay.
Then I do have a command squad right back here. It's got 4 melter guns in it.
Is it on foot?
It's on foot, yes.
Okay.
It's hiding behind these ruins
I
here.
see him. In the ruins.
In the ruins. I've got a veteran squad right here. They've got 3 plasma guns in them. I've got a heavy weapon squad with 3 las cannons here. And then to go over my characters really quickly, I've got my Warlord, Festus the Bestest, of course.
Colonel Festus, he's back.
He is a company commander. He has the Laurels of Victory, and he what's your Warlord trait, by the way?
That's a good question. But more importantly, my Biologist Putrefier has the Fulgaris helm.
Okay.
So his radius is 6 inches.
6 inches, okay.
He has a 6-inch radius.
And he has the Master of Command Warlord trait, and the Relic of Laurels of Victory. Then next to him, I've got Primaris Psyker, and next to him, I've got an Astropath. I've also got a Commissar over here. Then over on this side, I've got another Commissar right here. I've got another Company Commander just with nothing. I've got a Minister and Priest, and another Primaris Psyker here. Then I have yet another Company Commander over here. None of these guys have anything. This Company Commander, actually the one in the middle here, he does have Kurlov's Aquila. It's a relic. We'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
And then off board, I've got my Commissar, who was given the relic, the dagger of Tussak, which is an Attilan Rough Rider dagger that he found somewhere, and it allows him and the 30 conscripts to stay in reserve, and they're going to be able to come in within 6 inches of a battle edge.
Great.
At some point.
All right. My Warlord trait is fixed. I don't have a choice because I'm using Typhus.
Okay, sure.
So Typhus has Living Plague,
right,
which means roll a die for each enemy unit within 3 inches of your Warlord at the start of any fight phase. On a 4-up, they suffer a mortal wound.
Sure.
So
I'm playing kind of a classic, like, I would say standardish guard, Mordian kind of list with just like a bunch of infantry and close order drill backed up with some big tanks. There's a couple little tricks, but we're not doing anything super tricky as an army entirely, though you'll see some of those more tricky things later on throughout the week.
All right, so that is both of our armies.
Yeah.
I'm going first.
You are.
And I am, everyone who is watching on Facebook, the game is about to begin. Come and see if the Death Guard can overcome this insane amount of models.
I mean, you have like 80 models.
That's true. I have a lot of guys too. I have a lot of guys too. The game is about to begin, so all you guys on Facebook, come on over.
Yeah.
If you guys are watching on Bowls, go ahead and click that little link in the embedded video and come on and join us in chat. And Matt is here. He'll be and once again, we have the Codex. We are playing. We will be taking your questions.
Yep.
So it's just like our talk show, except now we're killing people too.
Yep.
All right, and we will see you guys on the flip side.
Woo.
Thanks to New Truth Neo Maxim for that follow.
Hey, thank you.
Oh, and Durzix, maybe? And Exploding Faceplant. Thank you.
Hey,
Awesome.
Thank you.
Excellent.
All right. When Larry takes his first turn, if you got any guard or his first movement, if you have any guard questions, feel free to ask them.
I'm going to be moving and going as fast as I can. So Abe is here to answer your questions.
So Matt, if you've got any, throw them out my way.
So right now we're talking about who I'm fighting against, and I said I'm fighting the camera, and now everyone is cheering for the camera and wants to buy command points for the camera.
Roll better, camera, roll better.
Matt, you should make sure to talk about, it is October 2nd. This is the last day.
Actually, it isn't. September has been expanded up to October 18th.
Really?
So, if you'd like to sub,
Sure.
it's half off of every level. If you'd like to up your sub, again, it's also 50% off up until October 18th. So if you like hanging with us, please subscribe. We love our subscribers. We do a special subscriber stream once a month on the first Thursday, and we give away swag. As Dax knows, he got his mat today.
Yeah.
Which is this Thursday.
Yeah, this
So-
Thursday.
And it's not like It's not like that mad and like a kid.
Hi,
monster,
Iceberg.
right? So yeah, I guess it's Subtober now.
I guess it's Subtober.
Yeah.
Way to go, Twitch.
Sweet. But yeah, that's a good deal for everyone, and I do hope that the camera wins.
You guys are funny. Okay.
What time is our substream on Thursday? It's like 5:30-ish Central Time.
If
give
you
or
go
take.
if you go to our channel, to our Twitch channel page, there it is listed there.
Okay.
It is on the schedule. It is listed and it has the time.
Separated Miles says, just started my new job and I'm hella excited to see some good rolls.
Woo!
Revelation 911, thank you for that subscription.
You are awesome. Thank you
Hey.
so much.
Hey, spam those Harry emotes, everyone.
Is that like, what is Revelation chapter 9 verse 11?
I don't know.
Is it good? Matt, look this up. I want to know.
No. I don't.
Is that
a Bible thing?
I mean, I assume so.
Yes,
Right?
yes,
Yeah.
that is a Bible thing.
I mean, I don't know if it's anything like, but if it's something totally awesome, that's a great subtle name.
Revelation 9:11.
Yeah.
They had as king over them the angel of the abyss, whose name in Hebrew was Abaddon and in Greek is Apollyon. That is destroyer.
So I'm guessing a chaos player then.
Chaos
Yeah.
player. That is an
that's
excellent.
pretty badass.
As a chaos player, extra points for you.
I'm
Senor.
hoping you're a
that is
chaos
that is
player.
that is excellent.
This poor guy's like, I never even knew that was the thing. Like, it was just a cool name. Like, oh.
It's just like, I saw a
He
sticker.
posted in chat.
Oh, he
the
posted.
same
Okay.
thing, so
Okay.
I assume that is not an accident.
All right.
Although,
Okay.
can you imagine?
Yeah, that'd be pretty funny.
He'd be like,
Whoa.
I play Scutari.
Yeah, what?
Wait, what?
Like, I gotta
I
change
hate
my
Abaddon.
handle now.
I'm an Ultramarines player. Wait, what? Yeah, so no. Good call. Well named, sir.
Yes.
Well named. That's good stuff.
You gonna use any command points right now?
At this point, no.
Okay.
But the movement phase is not done.
My face is not
Don't
done.
rush me.
I'm just wondering.
I see what you're doing already.
What?
You're just trying to make me anxious.
No, every
Trying to
time
make me
every time you use command points, I might get some.
No, no, talking.
I just want to know when I get extra command points. So the Kurilov's Eagle, which I mentioned earlier, that one of my guys have, or Quilla, is each time your opponent uses a stratagem, roll a dice, and on a 5-up you get a command point.
Really?
Yes.
And that's free?
Yes.
That's just a relic.
It's a relic.
Oh my god, that's
Which,
so wrong.
Which there is. I thought about taking it, I didn't. There is also a Warlord trait that's every time you use a command point, roll a dice on a 5+, you get a command point.
So
back.
I'm waiting for the Astra Militarum versus Ultramarine game, where you're
Yes.
just going to be like they're doing
Like-
using their
like-
command points
like-
and getting them back for free, and then you're
Yes,
stealing
yeah,
them,
yeah.
and both players are like going to end up with
like
like
more than we
just-
started. We
yeah.
started with like 10 command points combined, and we ended with 20.
But we've each used 35 this
Yep.
game.
Really, what's going to be interesting is like when you have two guard guys who play each other and both have that ability.
Right, and it's
then,
just
they're
ping-ponging.
Yeah, and they're like, like every time anyone uses a command point, we all get extra command points. Be great. Great. Like, well, I use one, and on a 5+, I get a command point, and you get an extra one. And we'll just never run out of command points. That's pretty good. Look, I want to try to see if I can build the what would it be, like the 30 command point guard list? Like,
No, you don't.
can I build that list?
No, you don't want to do that.
I kind of do. I don't know.
I think that is a bad idea, and you should not.
It'd be
do it.
hard. It'd be real hard. I don't know if you can actually fit it in 2,000 points, because you'd have to build 3 brigades, and I'm not certain, because the brigades are like a minimum of. It's like a minimum of 18 units per brigade, and I think about the cheapest you can get any individual slot is like an average of like 40. So maybe like what's 60 times 40? That's like 2,400, right?
I don't know. I don't have a calculator in front of me.
I mean, it's 6 times 4 times whatever.
It was a joke because I'm at a computer.
Wow. Well, I mean, technically, you don't have a calculator.
I mean, it's not a funny joke.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, this is vicious.
No, that's fair. That was not one of my better
Yeah,
jokes.
no, I mean, technically, you don't have a calculator. You have a application that apes the function of a calculator.
Hold on. I'm going to look up the definition of calculator.
Okay, that's true.
Oh, great.
That's true. All right.
Something used for making mathematical calculations.
All right. Is that it? But that means like an abacus. Like, that means my fingers are a
An
calculator.
abacus is a calculator.
Right, but that
Yeah.
means that technically my fingers are a calculator.
Yes. Well, it's probably a machine. It's an
Are you saying that the human body is not a finely tuned machine? You know, the Adeptus Mechanicus would like to argue with you, sir.
I'm not talking.
All right, so
The biologist, the Magus biologist would like to have some words with you.
even more, Merriam-Webster just says one that calculates.
Well, okay, but that's not like that's one that's like that's not the definition of like the tool calculator. That's the definition of like
Such as a usually electronic device for performing mathematical calculations. B, a person who operates a calculator. So
Right.
a calculator uses a calculator.
Yes.
In this instance.
because it's somebody who's calculating.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that aside, I'd say I do have a calculator.
All right, so like it's clearly like has like keyword computer, keyword calculator. If we're gonna go like 40K terms, right? Like,
Right. Yeah. It
Yeah.
has both keywords.
Like it's like faction keyword computer, and then has just the regular keywords of calculator, gaming machine.
All right. Movement phase is done.
No command points used. No stratagems.
No stratagems used.
All right.
I am now going. Well, let me look. Make sure that there's none that are used in that phase.
I don't know when you use Cloud of Flies.
That is what I'm looking at right now. That's the
It
only
is
one that
movement
matters.
phase.
I'm looking during the
Made
movement
that.
phase. Yes,
I made that mistake.
I'm using Cloud. Oh, wait a minute. It's Death Guard. It's Death Guard infantry. No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to
Well,
waste
here's
Cloud
all-
of Flies on Poxwalkers.
Okay.
Okay.
It's like my key stratagem is using Cloud of Flies on Poxwalkers.
But I have so many. I only have 6 command points, so I have to husband them carefully. Unlike you, Mister. I don't even know what I'm going to do with my 18 command points.
Well,
let's use 4 before the game starts.
As someone who's never been married, I don't know much about husbanding.
That's true. But
See, Matt, that's how you make a joke.
Ow! That would hurt.
I
It
wasn't
stings.
listening. I like my jokes to be wholesome and not at someone else's expense.
Mine wasn't at anyone's expense.
It sounded like it.
No,
Based on the intonation. Like I said, it wasn't really listening.
so he said I only have 6 command points. I have to husband mine. And I
and
said,
you've never been married.
as someone who's a
Okay.
I don't know anything about
See,
husbanding.
it sounded like a burn based on your intonation.
All right, so we are going to use Miasma of Pestilence.
Ooh, miasma.
We're going to use Miasma of Pestilence on that land raider.
Okay,
This
it's
is-
not
this is-
infantry. It's any.
No, it is any Death Guard unit.
Okay,
Within
and it's
18 inches. That is from Typhus.
And it's -1 to hit. Correct.
It's -1 to hit. I'm attempting to cast it. Its charge value is a 6.
Okay.
Are you within range
I
to
am
attempt to
within
dispel
range
it?
to-
All right, here's Typhus.
That is
It
Perils
is
of
not.
War.
Ah! And it does not go off.
Do you want to use a command point to reroll one of those ones?
I will.
All right. So Larry is using a stratagem.
Oh, Lord Cypher, thank you for that subscription.
Hey, thank you,
Lord
Lord
Cypher!
Hey.
Also, Lord Cypher.
Yeah, whose side are you on?
We're going to say that all the time. Did you know that Lord Cypher subscribes to our Soul channel?
And they'll be like, I don't think Cypher's a real thing.
And thus, no Dark Angels
Yes.
ever subscribed again. Or maybe all of the Dark
All right,
Angels.
so you're
will
using
subscribe.
it. So first off,
Yes.
All right.
No,
I
you
do
do not
use one
steal
that-
it. Okay. It
So,
merely fails.
It merely fails.
So there's a command point for me. I used one.
All right.
Stupid Typhus.
And I got nothing.
Okay, so the Typhus's second
All right. I will
Party
I will
trick.
take that as an acceptable resolution
of the
action.
evening, Typhus is going to use. I'm going to use Putrescent Vitality
Ooh.
on this unit of Poxwalkers right here.
The one that I can see.
Yeah, the one that you can see.
Okay. The +1 strength and toughness. Correct.
+1 strength and toughness because they're already +1 strength and toughness. So
Correct, yeah.
They'll be +2 strength and toughness. I need a 6.
All
Roll
right.
that.
That is another Perils
That
of
is
War.
Cox. That is what that is. That is Cox.
Do you want some new dice?
The blue dice are going over there. That's where the blue dice are going. Okay, my Death Guard green dice. What the heck?
Wow. Let's see it. Let's see it.
There we go.
All right. All right.
Oh my god.
And then what does the other guy have?
So they are putrescent vitality.
Well, I have to decide if I want to try to counter this.
You can attempt to. He has.
What is the other guys?
Those same 2 powers. Those are the only 2 powers worth having.
Okay, so he's not going to be able to cast anything, is what you're saying.
We don't do that this way because it's not a good.
Oh, okay.
The same guy can't cast the same 2 powers, but we allow multiple people to cast the same thing.
Oh, do we?
We do. That's how we always do it.
No, it's never how we've done
The
it.
rule changes a lot.
That's never how we've done it.
I can pick 2 different powers if you'd like me to.
Yes.
Fine.
I mean, trust me, Larry, you don't want me to have that ability.
Okay, that's
so.
fine. That's fine. Then the other guy has Plague Wind and hold on. What was that do? Oh yeah, that one's really gross. We will So the other guy, he will have yes. He has Plague Wind.
Okay.
And he has
What's the range on Plague Wind?
Plague Wind's 18. There's nobody.
Is it probably on the side?
You have no. I don't think you have anybody with an 18. It would be that guy would be the closest, or maybe them. And it's this dude. He's the guy. Ooh, what does that do? And Curse of the Leper.
Okay.
Those are the 2.
And what's the range of Curse of the Leper?
14 inches.
Okay. So he's got nothing else that's going to
So he's got nothing else.
Nothing in range, so I might as well try to deny this. And
You do not.
Alright, so
Okay.
they are...
Who it is not denied.
It's not.
Alright, we are into the shooting phase.
Fired.
There we go. Into the shooting phase. We're going to start off with this Land Raider right here.
Alright.
That I have cunningly positioned to be able to see that tank.
Sure.
Right there. And we are laying everything into it.
Sure.
Except for the heavy bolter.
Sure.
Because screw that. The heavy bolter is going to go. I want whichever one of these command squads is of these squads is the closest and has no cover.
Okay.
So
Sure.
I don't care. I'm going to guess the middle one probably is the one that's just there. Okay, so we're going to put 2 heavy bolters on them.
Okay.
I'll roll those right now.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 heavy bolters. It has machine spirit, so it can move and fire with at full effect. So these are hitting on 3s. I'm going to be rolling these right here for you. So this is a heavy bolter on this squad right there. Okay.
2 hits.
All right. So it's going to be all right. 2 hits. Wounding on 2s. No, 3s. 2 wounds.
Alright, and I
Think
get 6
they're-
up
I
saves.
think they're dead.
Nah, you only -1 AP.
Okay, that's fine.
God, I got 5%, man.
Nope.
2 of them dead.
2 of them are dead. I think it's the middle squad, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, and then we have 4 las cannons. 4 las cannons. They are all going into the demolisher.
Okay.
And
While that's going on, I got a quick question.
I would
Sure.
argue that I probably... You think I have cover there?
Nope.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, you do have cover for sure. But I have a command point I will probably be using.
Okay.
Do you think they did enough to counter conscript spam, or did they make it worse?
I don't think they made it worse, but I don't really think that they did enough to counter it. If you think it's a problem, I honestly don't think it's a problem. Like, here's my thing about conscript spam. If your problem is that your list cannot deal with a bunch of toughness 3, strength 3 guys that shoot you and hit you on a 5+, that's a problem with your list, not with the unit of conscripts. They are not a very good unit. They have some tricks that allow them to do stuff, but if your big problem is that that's what's killing you is a bunch of guys, then there are actually really easy ways you can build a list to deal with that problem, and the meta will adjust. Conscripts have been doing basically exactly this same thing since the 4th edition book. They have very little changes. In fact, they've gotten worse because they lost the ability to take special weapons. So, hang on 1 second. Okay. So, I don't think that they did much to counter it.
What's the toughness of Limrus? 7 or 8?
8. What's the AP on? What's the AP on that?
2 wounds. AP, I believe in this case it's
-3.
a second here. Yeah, 2 hits. Well, 2 wounds.
Okay.
With las cannons. -3.
Okay. So I'm going to use the take cover stratagem. I'm using that command point there.
Okay.
Matt?
Just 1?
Yep. And that's going to give my Legion Russ +1 armor save.
Right.
So that's going to give him a 0 up armor save right now.
Yes. Well, they have a 2 up base or a 3 up.
They have 3 up, but he's in cover, which gets him to a 2 up.
And then
He's
that
gonna go to a 1 up.
to a 1, not a 0.
Sorry,
So
not a 0, correct.
a 1 and then -3,
Yes.
which takes him back up to a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. So he has a 4 up.
Yep.
He has a 4 up.
2 of them.
2 of them. Made them both.
Didn't need any of those command points, I guess.
All right. So much for that. This guy, same thing.
Okay.
Heavy bolter.
Can you see this guy here?
Yes.
Okay.
Heavy bolter is going to be on. Same thing. We'll put the heavy bolters on. That same squad.
Same squad? Okay.
Same squad. So 6 heavy bolter shots. Okay. 4 hits. We are rolling 2 wounds. 3 wounds.
3 wounds. 3 more die.
Okay. And then the last cannons here. I'm gonna use a command point and re-roll.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna re-roll one of them. Okay, 2 hits. 2 hits. 2 wounds.
All right.
Same thing. Oh, well, are you gonna use a command point?
Well, it's the entire phase. I get the plus 1.
Okay.
I
So
can't.
4s.
Yep.
Failed them both. Failed them both.
I'll use a command point to reroll one of those.
Okay.
Guys are burning through command points.
Yes.
Which you made. So D6 wounds.
Yep.
4.
All right.
4 wounds on the Demolisher.
Okay.
That's it. Done.
Okay.
Have no charges to declare, no nothing.
All right.
8 las cannons on 1 guy in cover. Put 4 wounds on. And killed 4 dudes. Leadership check?
Yep.
They lost 5 guys? Ooh, that's a bad leadership check.
Not how you take leadership checks anymore.
Yes, it's true.
You
do
don't-
roll 1.
You don't do
You
that
roll 1.
anymore.
Well, there's still 4.
All right.
I don't know if you made that.
They
You might have lost 1.
5.
So that's a 9
their
total.
Leadership 9. Their leadership 9 because of this guy.
So
the
the
commissar's different.
Okay.
All right.
You're good.
Okay.
All right. That is the top of 1.
Yep.
To the bottom of 1.
All right.
Okay, it's going to be moving. If you guys have questions, ask away.
Not a question,
Okay.
but 100 bits for Larry from Dax the Destroyer. Looks like Larry is going to need all the help he can get with his rolls this game.
Yes, I will.
In terms of questions, have you read Curse of the Leper, Larry?
Yes, I have.
Because it's pretty good for you.
It is very good for me, but I
Okay.
had to get close to use it.
I'm gonna go ahead and spend a
can't-
command point at the beginning of my turn.
Sure.
For.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jury rig Milam and Russ. It can't move or charge this turn or advance, but it gains 1 hit move back,
Okay.
and it can still shoot just fine.
Okay. That's a nice little trick.
Yep, and then we shall begin the grand advance. Forward, Mordians, forward! For Mordia! So obviously this is why I have a lot of command points, because I'm going to be using a bunch of them, as you can see.
So you're down. Wow, you're down to 9 already.
Yeah! Alright. This is why I need 15 command points.
You're not really a saver on the command points.
No. No.
All right. Dun dun dun. Here they come. Up comes the conscripts, moving up through the alley. I mean, it's not really an alley, but
Yeah.
it's alley-ish.
Sure.
Ruined road.
Broad street.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's anything in the rules preventing your opponent from rolling for you?
Is there anything in the rule? I mean, in the rules, no, but probably they won't.
But like, if I, for example, wanted to have Abe do my shooting rolls for me,
Sure.
could he?
I think he could, but but he wouldn't have to. But I will have to say, funny story. I went to at a War Games Con. I went to a tournament, and there was a guy there, and he was so. I want to know what your opinion would be. But so this guy, he kind of had an entourage with him. So he was playing and making all of the decisions and moving his models, but he had like a I think it was a girlfriend. His girlfriend did all of his rolling for him. And he would just be like, "Hey, roll 8 dice," and she'd roll them. And I was like, "That's just It was weird. It was awkward, like to have like a designated. This is my designated roller. I'm sorry. I'm like not allowed to touch dice, and she did it. Did it, just straight. 17 dice hitting on 4 pluses. Okay.
I
Okay,
can
honey.
see that being a good time saver.
And it was just awkward.
I can see that also being the case.
It just felt strange.
Yeah. Dice caddy could be a future profession, says
Dice.
Allseed.
Yes, dice caddy.
Do you recommend the large casino or the rounded box dice for this?
For what?
Well, in general, that
no.
would be the role
Oh,
of
yes.
dice caddy. Like,
Yes.
what do you think is the right?
Well, yeah,
What about
two dice
blue or the
caddies.
red?
She only rolled.
Then a full dice. So,
Right, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Bring me the bone dice for this. I think.
Yes, right. What's up?
Yes. You have like another person who like takes care of tokens.
Sure.
He's the token man. You have like the token manager, the roller, and then the yes.
At a certain point, you'll have an actual army to run your army.
And the person who removes casualties
Sure.
and puts them back into the box, like into your bag, very 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 carefully.
All right.
This is my gameplay entourage.
Yeah.
The end of the movement phase.
We can all wear jumpsuits. It'd be great. You have like a whole little
Matching jackets.
Yeah, it's like your pit crew. It's the team.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any more guard moving?
Nope.
It's not a lot of guard moving.
Pushed like this entire flank up.
It looks all the same over here.
Yeah. These guys didn't move too.
All right, bring it. Bring me your shooting.
Actually, 1 sec. Real quick.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Thinking about it. Colonel Festus. Colonel Festus, who is one of our recurring characters for all you guys who are all of our subscribers and longtime viewers. This is the game he's been waiting for. Colonel Festus has been playing out of the index book for months, and now Colonel Festus is the bestest. He finally has earned his own codex.
All right. So the end of the movement phase, I'm going to use another command point.
Sure.
Great.
I'm going to consolidate squads.
Okay.
So I'm going to merge these 2 infantry squads into 1 squad.
Ooh.
Actually, I guess I will have to use
So now it's one big squad, and you're now down to 8 command points.
Down to 8 command points.
Okay.
And then we go to the psychic phase.
Okay. To the psychic phase. I'm ready. I have my dispelled dice
All right.
right here, ready to go. You're not getting anything off, you lackey Imperial Psychers.
Use these psychers that are outside.
Well,
of your,
maybe.
Like, you can't.
Maybe.
You can't target it. I mean,
Whatever.
that
That would work too.
I could do that. Right.
So where are your Psychers, first of all?
Alright, so I got
You got a Psyker right there?
Psycher here.
Okay.
Astropath who's running her over here,
Okay, I see him.
and I got another.
Okay, so you got 3 Psychers, actually pretty equally around your line.
Okay. So we're going to, I'm going to cast Night Shroud from
That guy.
from him onto the Conscripts.
Okay, and what does Night Shroud
Night Shroud will be in the start of my next turn. The enemy takes -1 to shoot with ranged weapons at them.
do? Okay, cool.
Sure. I guess it's
Cool, bro.
only ranged weapons.
Nurgle is happy to accept your Night Shroud. You go.
I'm gonna Night Shroud the tank.
No, you already said it was the Conscripts. Don't be changing
I
your
haven't
mind
rolled
based
yet.
on my
I haven't
answer.
rolled yet. Well, now I realize that it's only ranged weapons, not in combat too.
Okay.
No, okay, well, fine. We'll do the conscripts.
On the Conscripts.
We'll do the conscripts.
Okay. What does it go off on? I'm sure it goes
Definitely
off
on
on
7.
Yeah.
So we got a question.
Sure.
New FAQ came out for Death Guard yesterday.
It did.
What do we think?
I think it is exactly in keeping with. I'll let Abe answer that question of what he thinks about
Yeah.
the Death Guard fact.
So I think.
Well,
it was-
alright, yeah. So what's changed and what?
And while you're
yeah.
keep on doing yourself.
We're gonna go ahead and cast Psychic Barrier.
Ooh, what's that do?
It gives me +1 on my armor save.
Okay.
On this combined squad of infantry here.
Sure.
That will go off also.
I will.
I do not think you can.
Yeah. Who cast it? That guy. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It goes off.
And then
Cool.
lastly, we're just gonna try to smite, I believe.
Okay. And that's with this guy here. That's this dude.
Yeah, let me double check.
Yeah. That guy is in range. I will. Oh yeah. Come on, bring your smite.
I'm gonna cast Psychic Maelstrom.
Okay,
on your-
that sounds
on your
great.
leaving Russell, or on
In
your
general,
shooting,
we agree with the fact, and we find that its rulings
It's a 10. So
our meat and right to do.
Yeah. So it goes off on 10.
Goes off on 10?
Yeah.
All right. Tychus will attempt to block it.
All right.
8.
All right.
I do not block.
So basically, I roll a dice on a 2+. That unit suffers a mortal wound.
That's this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it suffers a mortal wound.
Okay.
Now I roll again on a 3+. It suffers a mortal wound. It does
No.
not. So honestly, Smite's better. I just wanted to do that for fun. That keeps going until basically you fail. So
One mortal wound.
Could he gets 5
Right.
mortal wounds, D3 or
Yeah.
D6. It's, probably
It's like the
better,
old
but-
Mortat with his
Yeah.
infinite shooting with his plasma guns.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
It could, in theory,
Yes.
go on forever.
So yeah, I think if you go back and read the article I wrote a couple weeks ago about the Infinite Horde of Nurgle's Infinite Horde of Poxwalkers, and then go look at the FAQ that they put out, you will notice that at least 3 of the questions that they answer out of like the 6 are questions that people were heavily arguing about in that particular article.
About the army that Abe
Pretty,
postulated.
and it seems some of the examples seem very taken from that. So I was happy to see that they.
Oh,
had-
Munkin Dronky,
Oh.
12. Thank you for that subscription.
Hey,
Drunky 12!
thank you! Woo. All right,
We'll do the Monk and Drunky.
so we're
I
gonna-
really like that name too.
we're gonna go for the shooting then.
Okay, we're done with the psychic phase.
So at
On to
the
the shooting. Bring
beginning of the shooting phase, I must begin to give my orders.
Oh, great. Okay, everyone, pay attention. This is where the giant Rube Goldberg
Yes.
Order Astra Militarum ridiculous machine begins.
So I'm gonna start by having my tank commander give the Shroud and Strike special order. to
Okay, these
himself.
guys are Mordians.
Yes,
So you, okay.
and he's gonna give it to himself.
Okay,
That allows him this turn he can fire his smoke launchers and shoot with no penalty.
okay. That's the tank commander.
That's the tank
Who's
commander.
that guy? That's the
guy.
demolisher.
Yes.
Okay.
This guy over here, he is.
Orders just go off now. There's no rolling for them.
No run. Yes.
Okay, so he does it.
Yes. So my first company commander, he is going to go ahead. Other than for Conscripts,
Sure. Right.
he is going to go ahead and bring it down to this unit up here. That'll
Okay.
allow them to reroll 1s.
Okay.
I'm going to bring it down to this unit also. That'll allow them to reroll 1s.
Okay.
That's his 2 orders.
Okay.
Over here, I'm going to give first rank fire, second rank fire to the Conscripts. On a 4+, I get it.
Sure.
PZ Graph.
They get
Thank
it.
you for that
So
follow.
they get.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. They get to double their shots
Okay.
basically, and then he is going to go ahead and bring it down to this squad back here as well.
Okay.
So they get to reroll 1s.
Okay.
All right.
Next command squad.
Moving on to Festus.
Who is the bestest?
He is, and we're going to see why. So this
And
is
how
one-
many orders? Yeah, here we go.
So, we'll get to this. So Festus normally gets to give 2 orders. Because of his Warlord trait, he gets to give an additional order.
So that's 3.
That's 3 right now. So he's going to start off by giving, bring it down to this unit here.
Okay.
So that allows them to reroll 1s.
Okay. So that's 1 order.
That's 1 order. Now, because he has the roll of victories, whenever he issues an order, he rolls a dice. On a 4+, he gets to immediately give another order to that unit.
Okay.
It can be any order. It doesn't count towards his number of orders.
Okay. Roll that.
So
Yes.
he gets to give another order to them, and he's gonna give them. He's gonna give them take aim.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. Bring it down is +1 to is reroll 1s to wound.
Sure.
Take aim is +1 is reroll 1s to hit. So
Okay.
so they're gonna
So
reroll
there are
1s.
plus ones in all
Yes.
cases on wounds and rolls.
Yes.
Okay.
He's now gonna give bring it down to these guys.
Okay. No.
Nope. Well, they get it.
Right.
They
Yes.
don't get an
They don't get
additional.
the bonus.
He-
And that's just 2. That's,
That's
2.
He's gonna do the same thing on this squad here.
Okay.
So it's gonna get bring it down, and then it does get the additional take aim.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use another command point
Sure.
to use that stratagem that lets me give the stratagem that lets me give another order.
Sure.
That's gonna I don't know the name of it at the moment, and he's gonna try to do the same thing with this guy's here.
Okay.
So they do get the 1 order, but not the second one.
Okay.
So that's
So he gave a grand total of 6
of
orders
6 orders. Yes, and this is not the maximum number of orders.
from one dude.
Yeah.
I like to think that combo, the Laurels of Victory,
Mhm.
is that they know how to give orders in Pig Latin. So they know if I say, ing it down A, that
Yeah.
means also aim.
Aim. Yes, absolutely. All right. So let's start with some big guns. Let's do that. So I'm gonna start with my command tank.
Okay.
It is going to fire at smoke launchers.
Okay. That Demolisher, I believe, is out of range of everything. Maybe. Okay, barely. All right, fine. Or the Land Raider.
So it's like very in range.
Or the Land Raider.
So,
All right, I'll give it.
it's going
That's
to fire its main gun at the Land Raider.
Sure.
You'd be
Looking
looking
at
up.
the last cannon, and it's going to fire its little guns at the Poxwalker because they have 36 inch range.
Sure. Gotcha.
All right.
Looking up the Land
So,
Raider.
because I did not move less than half my distance with all my tanks, the main cannon gets to fire twice.
Yes.
So basically, I have to fire the Demolisher twice at this. So that's going to be 2d3 shots. So that's going to be 5 shots with the Demolisher cannon.
Okay.
It hits on 3s because it's a command tank.
Sure.
It's 5 hits.
Okay.
And it's strength 10, so it's going to wound on 3s.
Will wound on 3s. I am toughness 8.
Yep. So that is only 3 wounds.
Okay.
It
What's
is
the minus on that?
minus 3 to your save.
Okay. I have a 2-up save,
Alright?
so I have a 5.
Yes.
And that's 3.
Yes.
All right. Here we go. 3 saves. Looking for 5s. Made 2 of them.
Nice. All right.
1 goes through.
D6 damage.
Go ahead.
6 damage.
Of course. All right. 6 damage. But I'm disgustingly resilient. No. Fine.
And then one last cannon shot at it. Last cannon does hit. Last cannon wounds as well.
Minus 3.
Yep.
Is a
5 again.
5 again.
Yep.
Rolling that right there.
Nope. And that's another 2 wounds.
Okay.
And then I've got 6 heavy bolters at the Poxwalkers.
Now the Poxwalkers are toughness 5,
Yes. So 3 hits.
and they're in cover.
One wound. And Storm Bolter, or Heavy Struggler.
Roll them all.
Nothing. So 1 wound at -1.
At -1.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I forgot Poxwalkers have like
A 7 plus save.
So now they have a 6 because they're in
Yes,
cover.
But they're -1, so 7.
No. Okay.
So impossible.
One Poxwalker has died.
Alright, we're gonna fire.
Did I hear you right that those Poxwalkers are toughness 5?
Yep.
Yes.
Because they have toughness. They have Typhus, who makes them +1 toughness, and then they have a psychic power that makes them
right.
+1 toughness.
Yes.
So they're 5s. They're super zombies.
Oh, that's awesome.
This Lumen Rust is gonna fire its battle cannon at the Land Raider.
Okay.
It's gonna fire the rest of its guns at the Poxwalkers.
Okay.
So the battle cannon gets 2d6 shots because it's firing twice.
Okay.
That's 10 shots from the battle cannon.
Okay.
And finally, I'm beginning to feel like Lumen Rusts might be useful. Hitting on 4s. So that's 5 hits. Toughness 8, so wounding on 4s as well. 3 wounds, -2 your save.
That's 5.
Yeah, well, 4s.
4s. Made them both.
3 of them.
Sure. Again.
Yep.
Made it.
Alright. And then 9 heavy bolters at the Poxwalkers.
On the Poxwalkers.
Nope.
4s to wound.
2 wounds.
2 wounds on the Poxwalkers?
No saves.
You did.
Yep. And the heavy stubber. Nothing. And we're gonna fire this one. Battle cannon at that.
Okay. Gotcha.
2 shots.
2 shots.
1 hits.
Okay.
No wound.
Okay.
The rest of this guns are gonna fire at just line over targets.
Right. Lots of heavy bolters on the Land Raider. That's this guy right there.
Yeah.
Shooting at this guy.
Right. 1 wound. -1 save.
Okay.
1 wound. -1 save.
1 wound -1 save. That's a 3-up.
Yep.
Come on.
Nope.
Nope. Failed it. 1 wound. From a heavy bolter.
Woo!
Boo. Boo.
Scout Sentinel autocannon at the guy. 1 hit. 1 wound. On this Land Raider.
1 wound.
Mhm.
Full save.
-1.
-1. 3s.
An autocannon, right?
Yeah. All attacks are -1. Made it.
Alright, on the autocannon at it. Nothing. Alright, so that's all the vehicles.
Okay.
Let's begin to fire the weapon.
That was all the vehicles. Now the infantry start
Alright.
firing.
3 last cannons at that Land Raider.
Short.
Banana Mandrew, thank you for that follow.
Also, your name made Matt laugh.
I like it.
Matt is having a really good time.
That's
Nothing.
that's fantastic.
One.
Thanks for my reroll.
-3, so 5.
Yep.
Got. Nope, failed it.
2 more ones.
Dax the Destroyer says, remind Larry that poxwalkers get disgustingly resilient. He forgot on that last one.
I forgot on all 3 of them.
It's true.
And one of them came back.
Alright.
Thanks, Dax. I'm forgetting my rules in the face of this overwhelming Astra Militarum firepower.
Alright. So, inventory at that. Last cannon at the Land Raider. Let's do reroll 1s. Still misses.
Breaking models. Breaking models.
Guns.
So all the important weapons have fired. Now all the junky weapons have, all the laser guns have fired.
Alright, let's see, this squad up here is going to fire crack missile at the Land Raider.
Okay.
Rest of the guns at the Foxwalkers.
Okay.
Crack missile. There are 1s. A lot of 1s, though. It's a lot of 1s. 4 shots with the launcher. Yes.
Alright.
Nothing. Miss a crack missile at the Land Raider.
Okay. Nothing.
Crack missile at the Land Raider.
More crap missiles with the Land Raider. Missed.
Shots in the grenade launcher. And 7 guns.
That's a lot of hits. Those last guns.
1 wound on the Poxwalkers.
1 wound on the Poxwalkers. They get a 6 from the laser gun. Made it.
Alrighty.
6. Alright. What else do we got? Lot.
I'm just gonna fire all these squads together.
Okay. So just a ton of liquids.
No, autocannons.
So the autocannons already went.
No, last one.
Oh. Right. 3 autocannons on the Rhino from over there. All those guys in the alley. What do we got?
2 wounds.
2 wounds.
Nice.
-1 save,
Yep.
so that's a 3.
Yep.
Looking for 3s. Made 1, failed 1.
Alright, 2 damage.
2 damage. Ooh, I forgot about that. Turn me to a 5. Okay. So much shooting.
So 1 last gun wound.
We got a quick question
Yes,
from Timotep.
I will take it. Go ahead.
3 last
Issuing
guns.
multiple orders from one officer, what about the part that says the first order must be resolved before the next order can be issued? Senior officer rule, did that change in the new codex?
So, no.
3 wounds on this.
From last gun, yeah.
Oh, so
6.
full 6.
It didn't, but the action of the order resolution is that unit gets the bonus for the rest of the phase.
Okay.
You cannot shoot once you start shooting with the models, you can't give any more orders because you have to give orders before you start shooting. So unless it's one of the 2 orders that says immediately, which are the immediately you can fight or immediately you can move orders, those you would resolve and then give a second order. But the other orders, all the orders that I gave were until the end of the phase I get to reroll 1s to hit or to wound or something like that. We're going to fire my conscripts into your poxwalkers. So
Okay.
that didn't change that you have to resolve them, but most of the orders just last for the entire phase. They're not something that you resolve. So 60 conscript shots.
Also, I'd like to note that I rolled 2 1s on those saves, so I did so.
Oh,
The
you did
laser
two-
guns
did 2 wounds?
Did 2 wounds to the
Nice.
Land Raider. Not happy about that. Made 1 of them though.
Oh, yeah. 1 of your 2 plus.
Yes. Yes. Of my 3 2
Two
saves, I
saves.
rolled 2 1s and a 6. Nice.
We'll take it. All right. So
Yep.
60 last gun shots for the Foxwalkers.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question. hitting pretty good, actually, for hitting on 5s.
This is against the Poxwalkers?
Yep.
Conscripts?
Yep.
Okay. They are toughness 5.
Yep. 8 wounds.
8 wounds on Poxwalkers.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wounds. Here we go. 8 wounds. I need 6s for armor saves, and then disgustingly resilient. There's the 6s. Hey, made 2 of those. And then disgustingly resilient on these. Looking for 5s. Got some more. Lost 4.
All right.
Take that. Not bad. Not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
All right.
Got him.
That's my turn.
All right. That is the end of turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
I have lost no complete units. You have lost no complete units.
Correct.
We are at 0-0.
Oh,
Matt.
what an exciting game.
It is exciting.
Yeah.
I am happy to have not lost a Land Raider during that turn. That is just a crazy amount of shooting. Crazy amount of shooting. Okay, moving up, top of 2. All right, this is where it gets tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. All right, we're gonna put this guy. I'm not gonna go that far. We're gonna go.
Or you have to get out before you.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm not getting that at all.
Come on.
I have other plans.
All right.
All right, he's gonna go over there.
Okay.
Actually, no, he's not. He's gonna go. Oh, he's right here.
No.
Here we go. He's gonna go there.
Okay.
I'm happy to be in a position. I now don't remember how many moves he had left. He had 9.
Okay. I'll trust you. I'll trust him. You got any more questions there, Matt? While Larry moves?
I don't think so.
I'm happy to answer any questions you've got.
I will scroll through, but I mean, we're just hanging out. We're talking about, all sorts of things and root canals and how you guys are not rolling so hot.
Hey, we're doing okay.
Yeah. Wasn't the hottest first turn. I'm sure that, but I guess when it comes down to it, like, only some like it hot.
Ba-dum-bum. Wow. Did you really do that?
No, it was good. No, I
That was
liked
pretty
it.
good.
It was a because if you didn't know any better, you wouldn't know as a reference, and I think that's the best sort of reference.
Sure, absolutely.
That's pretty good.
I like how Larry's just like knocking over the objectives. Like, I guess it was here, right behind my vehicles.
Yeah,
Give or take.
these things happen.
It slowly migrate inches towards Larry's side of the board.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
So one of the things that's important if you're playing Wardians is to set up your models properly. So if you're trying to get advantage of the Mordian special rule of when all your bases are touching, you get these bonuses. So you really want to make sure that you've set up your models properly, and that you're pulling casualties properly as well. So one of the dangers you can run into, for instance, is if you set up like a missile launcher, like your heavy weapon and your special weapon. For instance, in this squad here, you can look at how I've done it. If you were to set up your special weapon over here and your heavy weapon over here at the other end, the first time you take a casualty, you're either going to lose your bonus or you're going to have to pull one of your special weapons. So what you want to do is what I've done here is put your special guys all together in order of importance, and then all your regular dudes are down here. So you can kill regular dudes off, leaving your special weapons that are still in base-to-base contact and still getting the bonus from each other. So just something you do have to keep in mind.
Okay, I am using
All right.
the Dead Walk Again.
All right.
I am going to use it on this big unit over here.
Okay.
Of 20. Actually, yes, I will use it on the unit of.
Which big unit?
Checking.
Want to do it one more
It's gotta
time?
be able to go with the 7
It's got to be
inches.
these guys or these
Yeah.
guys. I'm checking the Dead Walk Again. 7 inches.
When do you use it?
I use that to start the movement fast.
Okay.
I need to measure the check. Oh yeah, I'm totally using it. Use it on this unit. The dead walk again on this unit. Okay, so that is
command point to me.
1 command point. He stole my command point. So
Yeah.
I'm down by 1. But I'm gonna put a little red marker so I remember that the dead walk again is working on that unit of Poxwalkers. Okay. Okay. And now we're gonna be moving.
Here they come. Here they come. There's so many of them.
Poxwalkers are moving up. Moving up.
Moving on up.
They are
Moving on
moving
up.
on up.
To
1,
which
2, 3, 4,
side
5, 6,
are you moving on up?
10. To the east side.
Okay.
To the deluxe.
Where is that apartment?
It's on the plague planet.
That is not where I thought that would be.
Where else would a
9,
Poxwalker's
10.
apartment be?
I don't know. In the sky?
Yeah.
No?
No.
I mean, alright.
I mean,
That's fine.
like technically, in the sense that if we are not on the plague planet is somewhere in the sky. Then I suppose that Poxwalker, yes, would be moving on up to that planet in the sky.
Okay. These other Poxwalkers.
Utter insanity. Oh, are we just moving through walls now?
We are.
Okay.
That is actually how we're doing it.
Okay. Amazing teleporting Poxwalkers.
You've seen zombie movies. They go right through walls.
Right through walls. Okay.
They're like, rah, brain, and then they like break through. I mean, all these walls are just drywall. It's just easy. Look at these buildings. These buildings are in terrible shape. Buildings are in absolutely terrible shape.
I see.
The rest of them are just like there.
It's okay because he's gonna fail his charges.
I probably will. These guys aren't on the roof. They're in there, but it's
Okay.
just way easier.
It's just way easier. Okay.
It's just way easier.
I see.
They're inside the building. If you want me to actually put them inside the building, I will. But all the people
Yeah.
watching us really want to be able to see where the Poxwalkers
That's
are.
fine. I've got no problem. Bring your Poxwalkers to me. All right. Okay. All right. Poxwalkers.
Put that guy there because
They're everywhere.
they're everywhere you want to be.
They're everywhere.
Okay. We need to do. Now Titus moves further because he's breaking stuff.
I think Typhus moves less. Typhus is like a 4-inch move.
No, he can't be this. Typhus and the Malignant Playcaster. Okay, those guys move 6. Checking how far all my dudes move. He moves 4, and Typhus moves. Wow.
Yeah. Typhus is not fast.
Typhus, you suck. Okay, Typhus is going to. We're doing this.
So no conversation.
We're doing that so Typhus can fit in there. Get in there. Get in there, Typhus. There it goes. Put that guy right there.
I'm just giving Larry a hard time, obviously. Larry can do whatever you want.
Abe loves to give me a hard
I
time.
do.
He does. It is his favorite thing.
If I ever sing songs about my favorite things, giving Larry a hard time
Will be one of them.
is definitely,
And the cultists that can move 6.
Ooh.
They're gonna, because they're sprightly. They're like, yeah,
We can do this, guys. Let's get out there. Let's do it.
All right. Everyone has moved up. All of the moving is happening. Abe is coughing on cue.
Ugh.
Ha ha ha.
Oh no.
Gifts of Nurgle indeed.
No.
Okay.
I want none of your gifts, oh Nurgle.
Alrighty.
And we've all all sing, hey Papa, oh Papa, hey Papa Nego.
Okay. Shooting.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Psychic phase. Not shooting. Psychic phase. All right, we're gonna start off with Typhus.
All right. What's Typhus gonna do?
We're gonna try to do the thing that he failed twice last turn. Typhus is going to do Miasma of Pestilence.
Okay.
And he is going to use his Miasma on seven. Check one thing.
What's the rate on Miasma?
Miasma
Very
is
short.
18.
Oh, is it?
18. No line of sight required. I'm going to use Miasma on this Land Raider.
Okay.
Right, goes off on I think a 6. Look at that.
An 8.
An 8.
All right.
You try to block it?
Yeah, I will try to block it.
Okay.
Nope.
Nope.
All right.
All right.
Here's Miasma.
He is Miasma'd. So -1 to hit.
Yep.
Okay.
Fired in Miasma.
For his second party trick,
Okay.
he will use.
Well, you said the other one that he has is the.
His Putrescent Vitality.
Yes.
Yes, and he will use Putrescent Vitality on the Poxwalkers.
Okay.
On that group right there. It goes off on a 6.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, goes
On
on.
a 6.
All right.
Block. No block. Okay. The Malignant Plaguecaster.
Mhm.
We are going to. I don't even know if either of his are in range. Curse of the Leopard has a range of 14. This is a tough one because I don't want to kill any of them. Because then I can't charge them. So he will not
We
use.
got a quick question.
Yeah.
Yep. Go
Are
ahead and
the
ask Abe.
points reductions for the Bane variants worth it? All right, good answer.
I mean, they're points reductions. Like if you wanted to use one, like to me, using the Baneblade, the Baneblades and their variants is much more like I want to use one of these, or I'm really building a list around using one, and at that point, the points are irrelevant. Like you're gonna take. So the fact that they're cheaper is totally awesome, but like it really comes down to like you were going to use one way or another. To me. And like whether it's like a few 20 or 50 or however many points cheaper isn't really going to affect most players on whether they take it or not. So like the fact that they're cheaper is totally awesome, and yeah, makes them more worthwhile. But generally, you weren't necessarily going to do something super crazy with them. I think it makes some of them more playable in lists that in some tournaments that were limiting how many like power level of points you could take on certain models, and might make some of them more variant. There's like 8 variants, so I haven't looked through every single one to tell you if I feel like it's super relevant. But like most of the time, yeah, it's good that they're cheaper. Doesn't really change my opinion that much one way or another.
Okay, we are not going to use Plague Wind because
Okay.
it has to be on the closest unit,
Okay.
which would be the Conscripts. So I'm not going to use that.
Okay.
Curse of the Leper, however, does not have to be the closest
Okay.
unit, and it doesn't need line of sight. It's just any enemy unit within 18 inches.
Okay.
I'm going to use it on them.
Okay. And what does that do?
That is it manifests on a 7 first of all, and
Okay.
it just does a bunch of mortal wounds. It's like a poor man's.
That's Plague Wind. Curse of the Leper.
Sorry, it does the same thing. They both do very similar things.
Okay.
But they do it in you roll. It's, what you roll is different.
Okay.
So the important part is it goes off on a 7. If
That's
it's
not 7.
so he's done with that anyway. So the psychic phase is done.
All
for me.
right. Woo!
Woo! All right, we're good. Okay. Shooting.
Yeah.
On to the shooting. This guy.
All right. Is he reduced in his build?
He almost certainly is. We're going to put all delays cannons on. That Lehman Russ now has how many wounds I put on it?
You would put 2.
Oh, you know what? That guy's in cover. He's not covered at all. So everything's going on this Lehman
Okay.
Russ.
Including the.
No, and the heavy bolters are going to go on the heavy. Okay, so what is this squad, and can I shoot it? What's
No, those are all characters.
okay? All of them are characters.
Yeah.
There's not like a command squad in there. Okay, that's fine. We're going to put everything on this squad.
Okay.
Navarre's got a quick follow-up question.
Yeah.
Any changes to the keywords for the Bane variants?
I don't think so. Not certain. Key thing to point out is that they do have regiments, so they
It's on a
do
4.
benefit from different regiments' abilities, which is really nice.
Like set regiments.
I mean, some of the regiments don't have things that would affect them.
Sure. Okay.
Like Vistorians don't affect them because their ability is that their rapid fire weapons get I guess Vistorians do, but
Some of them just wouldn't.
Using a
apply.
command point to
wouldn't
reroll
really
something.
apply. Yep.
Command point.
Wasted command point. Yeah.
Cool. That's one for me.
One wound on the Leman Russ
One.
from Blazecan.
Okay.
Did you steal one?
So
I did.
-3.
Okay.
Boop. Made it. Okay. The heavy bolter is on that one squad.
Yep.
6.
Back up to 9 command points.
Two wounds.
2 wounds. 2 die.
Okay. Okay. This squad, it will put all of its laser cannons on the Russ,
Okay.
and then we'll put the heavy bolters on that one squad that we shot up last
The
time.
bigger.
Yeah, on the bigger
combined.
one. Yeah,
Okay.
on the combined squad.
Sigil Lash.
So here's the combined. I'll do those first.
Okay.
Here's the combined. That's better. 4 hits.
I'm gonna spend a command point to get this guy +1.
2 wounds from heavy bolters.
1 dice.
Okay. And the laser cannons on the Russ. There we go. 4 hits. Fine.
2 wounds.
2 wounds.
2 4-ups.
Yep.
1 gets through.
1 gets through. D6 damage. 1. 1 point of damage.
Nice.
Okay. Next, the bloat drone. Bloat
Yeah.
drone is going to fire on the guys who are on the roof.
Okay. It's 9 inches, right?
It has 2 of those things.
Yeah.
And those are each.
6 hits, right?
Yes, those are each D6 hits. Hits automatically. 9 hits automatically.
So yeah, like I don't think that you get any benefits or the things changed at all. But like I was saying, being able to benefit from regiments does help a lot of them. For instance, just the Cadian ones getting to reroll all 1s if you don't move it is totally great. Tal'Arim can like assault with theirs.
2.
Let's see here.
8 wounds on that squad, -1.
All right. So 8 5-ups.
Yep. 3 made it.
Yep.
5 died.
Navarine is planning out a Genestealer cult mechanized army, considering using Brood Brothers to bring in a Baneblade as a Militarum detachment.
Absolutely.
Definitely. One of the things that I want to point out that you might find interesting, that I think that they need to FAQ. So I've used it twice on my tanks. This tape cover, it's a stratagem. It's 1 command point, and you pick a unit when it's been targeted to be shot at, and it gets +1 to its cover save. There's no restriction on the unit you can pick. It doesn't have to be an Astra Militarum unit. So if you are allied, for instance, you could use that stratagem on your Tyranids or your Genestealer cult or anything you have in your army. As long as your army is battle-forged and gets stratagems, you can use that stratagem to give the +1 cover save. So you could use it on the Baneblade, obviously, or you could use it on your allied Bio-Titan. Whatever you want. So I think that they're going to need to FAQ that because that having no restriction on it allows for some really strange shenanigans when you're allying stuff.
Oh yeah.
To be able to give +1 armor save to any unit in your army doesn't have to be Astra Militarum.
Like a Tyranid Biotitan.
Tyranid Biotitan, Gulamon, just like whatever you feel like that's in your army. So
Colonel Festus says, Gulaman, get your butt
Yeah.
down in the dirt.
no one's like, oh no, all right, Festus.
Thanks, bro. I totally didn't see that bullet
Yeah.
coming in.
So probably needs to be changed to pick a friendly Astra Militarum unit. We'll see. That's all you're shooting?
That's all my shooting.
All right.
Declare charges.
Yes.
All right. We are declaring some charges. Okay. The first charge, we are going to charge the conscripts with this group of Poxwalkers
Okay.
is going to charge that.
Okay.
So we will. So you will.
Get Overwatch.
You will get to Overwatch. I am 8.5.
So you will need an 8.
I will need an 8 to make that charge.
Alright, now because I'm Mordians, I get +1 to my Overwatch shots.
Yep. So he overwatches on 5s.
So my missile launcher is going to get D6 frag shots. It's going to
5. Yep.
It's 2 hits.
Okay.
Nothing.
No wounds. And then a bunch of bullet. Laser.
Guy's grenade launcher.
Oh, you got a grenade launcher.
1 shot.
1 shot.
Hits. Wounds.
Okay. 1 wound so far.
And then I go 1, 2, 5 that are in range, 1 that's not. So that's 11 less shots.
Here we go. 11. That is this group of Poxwalkers charging this group of guys right here in the corner.
2 hits. So that's 3 wounds on them.
3 wounds on Poxwalkers. All right. We got 6 up saves. Made 1.
Dun dun dun.
And then disgustingly resilient. Looking for 5s. None. So
All right.
2 died.
And you need 8 to get to me.
All right. Okay, so those 2 are dead from that squad.
Yep.
And I need to roll an 8.
Yep.
And I need to make this charge pretty bad.
Hey.
That's cocked.
That is cocked. I am using a command point.
All right.
Down to 1.
Yes.
I'll make it.
They are in. 4 up.
And that'll give me a command point.
And you steal a command point with your stupid relic.
Thank you. All right.
11. That was a good roll.
What's your roll to steal?
5 plus.
And you've made how many?
Like all of them out of
no,
all
I've
of
made,
them?
I made 3 out of 5.
Just saying. Pretty good.
It is pretty good.
Well, for Abe, it's pretty good. For a normal person, it'd be all right. And while they're moving, I want to auditorially remind everyone that it's still September.
Woo!
If you have any interest in subscribing, it is half off. For $2.50, you could become a subscriber in one of our, and you'd be able to hang out with us on our special sub stream, which is happening this Thursday. We do giveaways, and it is available to all subscribers, no matter what level. So Dax the Destroyer just recently got his game mat, which we are very happy with, and he seems to be enjoying as well. So if you have any interest, please consider subscribing.
And again, if you want to up your subscription level, you can always go to our max level for like $12, right?
Yeah, it's
and,
pretty good.
And make me re-roll dice. I'll negatively re-roll dice all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, our highest level subscribers. So we have a bunch of emotes. We love you guys that our subscribers get. Access to the subscriber to chat in our subscriber only streams, and our highest level subscribers get the sneaky ability to once per game ask us to re-roll negatively 1 dice.
Yep.
So if something happens and they're like, no, I want you to re-roll that at this critical juncture in the game, we do that because, as we said, we think of our highest level subscribers as the floaty brains from Star Trek,
Yes.
and they just float over us and command us all, and we are just
we
are their Warhammer monkeys.
It has definitely really swung games one way or
A
the
couple,
other.
a couple.
Yeah.
I like it when the brains fight amongst themselves,
Sure.
and they're like, "You re-roll that." Well, then I re-roll. 40 Quatlus on the newcomer. It's pretty good.
Also some
So they're done.
so as a reminder, for 800 bits you can force a vehicle to explode, and it looks like there might be some good targets for that coming up pretty soon.
I agree.
When it dies, you can force it to
Yeah,
explode.
sorry. All right, let me
You
clarify.
cannot just force the vehicle to explode.
I mean, maybe for enough bits we'll discuss, but when a vehicle dies, you can force the explosion roll to land on a 6 with 800 bits, potentially taking out
There
a
are charges
lot
on the
of
conscripts
models in the
from the blood
process.
Okay.
So keep that in mind as the game progresses.
You definitely have line of sight. Well, some of them.
Yeah.
Like that half do.
Yeah.
It looks like 20. We'll say 21.
Okay.
21 of the 30. Or it's 20. It's not rounded. Right, so the bloat drone right here, bzzz, he is declaring a charge on the conscripts. 20 of the conscripts can see him, so they are overwatching.
There's more dice there later.
How many more dice do you need?
Just give him 5 more.
5 more?
Yeah.
I got 5 more for you right here, buddy.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Alright.
5 more for Festus's the Bestes's conscripts.
Yes, sir.
The unlucky 2 dozen.
Like 3 dozen.
We'll 3 dozen. That's fine. It's as close to 3 dozen as 2 dozen.
Morty and conscripts are just as good at overwatching as they are at normal shooting.
That is interesting.
Yes.
Huh. That is an intriguing statistic.
You know.
Oh no. Tom Petty has just died.
What?
Yeah.
Who?
Tom Petty?
Tom Petty.
Who's Tom Petty?
The
Tom Petty
Heartbreakers.
of the Heartbreakers.
The what?
Oh, poor Abe.
I mean, you
The
said
man
for-
everybody in America agrees on is good.
Oh.
Tom Petty. Wow, that's like out of the blue.
Yeah.
Tom
Wow.
Petty wasn't that old.
66.
Yeah, not.
Cardiac arrest.
I'm gonna think that Tom Petty. I'm
6
gonna
wounds.
say that Tom Petty probably may have kind of had a rough life. He may have.
As most
As
famous
most-
musicians tend to do.
Yes.
6 wounds.
Eight.
6 wounds.
Abe. Free falling.
Ah.
There you go.
Ah.
Don't
Okay.
come around here no more. Don't come
Um,
around here. No more.
Won't Back Down is a good one.
There's so many. I dedicate this game to Tom Petty.
Oh, don't do that because I think it's not going so well for you.
Okay, that's fine. Abe dedicates this game to Tom Petty.
I don't know why. It's turn 2 of the guard to get in charge. I've only had 1 round of shooting.
So I need to dedicate my combat efforts to someone who is alive and no one cares about at all.
Oh, no.
Bono. Bono.
I'm gonna go with Mario Van Peebles.
Okay. I don't.
So Malpheus is not just it was last night, but it's just now being announced.
Oh, okay.
If you're being specific.
And that's what we are on
Okay.
this channel. We are nothing of non-specific.
We are all hard-hitting news all the time. Okay, so really against toughness 7?
Yeah.
You're rolling 6s to wound?
Yeah.
Okay, alright. I have a 3-up save.
A lot of shots.
Got a 3-up save on the bloat drone. Okay, so he failed 3. So 3 wounds.
Definitely resilient. You right?
Yes. So he took 3 wounds, and now he's disgustingly resilient because he's all fatty and full of snurgle juice. 2 wounds.
2 wounds. I'll take it.
2 wounds on the bloat drone.
And let's see that charge.
Bloat drone, so he has 10 wounds left. Oh my god. Also, if you play Death Guard, just again, all you guys out there who are watching me, you really, really need to pick up fetid bloat drones.
You start with 10. You start with 10.
Yes.
You got 8 wounds left.
Yes. They are so good.
They
You
are
will
good.
never take a help route again, ever.
Yeah.
They're so good. Okay, and his charge, he needs a 7.
All right.
Actually, he might need a 6. That guy is super close. Yes, he is 7 away.
Sure.
He needs a 6.
Let's see it.
That is a 10.
Yep.
Hello, Morty and conscripts.
Hello, bloat drone.
All right. Now that they're wrapped up,
Mhm.
now the Poxwalkers will charge.
Sure.
All right. No Overwatch fire on the Poxwalkers. They have a tougher hill to climb. They need to roll.
They'll die on that hill.
Dog skills. Thank you for that follow.
Dog
Hey.
skills, awesome. They are 8.5
Barking
away.
and digging and
So they need 8.
wagging your tail.
They're 8.5 away.
So they need. So they need 8.
Yes. They need an 8. All right, guys, here it is. This is the charge that matters. We have all of the Poxwalkers. They are attempting to cross the open ground into those conscripts. The bloat drone has already given them cover. They need an 8. And I am prepared to use my... Oh, I can't.
See it.
Someone out there in subscriber land, give me a reroll if I need it.
You do have one from
All right.
someone. You had a reroll earlier.
All right, here we go. I need an 8.
That is a 6.
Do I have a reroll or do I not have a reroll?
Don't you? Hold on. Someone gave you a reroll way at the start. This is why we gotta write these things down.
Got to write these things down, Matt.
See if it matters. Let's see if it matters. Reroll. Let's see if it matters.
I don't want
No,
to
I am certain.
Yeah, want to reroll?
I am certain someone gave you
Oh
a
yeah,
reroll.
someone gave me like 100,
Do
right?
you
Yeah.
want to reroll or not, Larry?
Oh yeah. Oh, I want to reroll.
Then see if it matters.
Yeah,
Roll
yeah,
back and see if it
Dax gave
matters.
you
All right, I have a reroll.
Dax gave you a reroll.
Dax, floaty
Sure.
brain of wonderful nurgleness. Thank you so much. I will take my one reroll that a subscriber gave me.
Dax, you should make him reroll the 5.
Don't make me reroll the 5.
Just as a
Don't.
give it, then take it.
Don't make me. Oh.
That'd be so good.
The brains giveth and the floaty brains taketh away. All right. Here we go.
That's an 8.
Oh. Whew. Okay, I'm sweating. I'm already sweating. That was rough. Okay.
Can we get like a half bam? Is that a thing?
All the BAMs. All you
Success,
guys.
but only with
But it
rerolls.
wasn't right. You got a 3. It's not really a full bam.
Hey,
It's
you
like
know
a
what?
half
You
bam.
know what? We're doing poxwalkers across open ground into conscripts for a charge I absolutely had to make. I mean, my land raiders. These land raiders cost over 350 points apiece, and they have been completely underperforming this game. They are just missing, not wounding, rolling minimal damage. So something has to go right somewhere to make this, to give me a chance.
Falls Child, thank you for that subscription.
Thank you.
awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Taking advantage of September. Thank you so much, guys.
This is the time to do it.
This is the time.
Now is the time.
Twitch has declared that this is the
spam
era.
those emotes.
Oh wait, that's okay. Yes. Spam the emotes. Matt, I'll let you explain what the first emote, what the default emote is
Sure.
for people who
So,
don't know what it is.
Our first emote is a picture of Harry the studio cat, who is not here at the moment.
Correct.
But as I understand, according to legend,
According to legend.
right, according to Bull's legend, the webcam got opened up by Harry because the computer was just sitting out, and he stepped on one of the buttons and took an accidental cat selfie.
So he selfied himself. So what that emote is that is Harry the Bull's cat with the selfie he took of himself telling us to roll better.
It's a roll better.
So anytime someone is underperforming or you just want to mock us, feel free to spam the roll better emotes.
He's asleep in Larry's office chair.
He will probably be coming in later. He comes and goes.
Yeah.
Also, for all you people who didn't know, it's only happened once or twice, but we do actually have a rule. It is a hard rule. We keep it. It almost never occurs, but if Harry the Bull's cat somehow gets up on this table and he knocks a model off the table, it is dead. There is no recovery for that. Harry inflicts mortal wounds.
Yeah, Banana Mandrew, it is still September, even though it's Subtober. I guess it could be called Subtober.
I think maybe Twitch uses like the Greek, the Roman calendar.
Right. Those,
we don't quite understand.
Or like revolutionary French.
There's something weird.
Throughout the month of Humidor, they may reroll hits and subscribe for half off.
Yes.
Yeah, it was, what was Mark saying? It's going until like the 12th or 18th, somewhere there. You got another week or two, but no reason not to just do it now. Because like I said, on this Thursday, we're having our special subscriber-only stream. Anyone can watch, but only subscribers will be able to chat and interact and be able to influence the
Typhus
game
is
with
gonna
their
try?
cheering.
Okay.
and
He needs a
such.
10.
He needs a 10.
Typhus is going to try just because, what the heck? He needs a 10. He's pretty far distant. He probably won't make it, but why not? If I get lucky, I'll take it. That is a 7. He is not. The Pox guy needs an 11.
I don't think he actually can.
You're right. He's weaned. He can't.
He is trapped by
All right,
guards.
and the cultists are not going to. Okay, so that's what we got so far. We did get off several successful charges through 2 successful charges, 3 successful charges. Pretty happy about that, and we are now into the fight phase.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens.
Who are you gonna fight with first?
I want to fight with these Poxwalkers on the cultists.
All right, bring them in.
Bring them all in. Bring them in. Bring them in. Get the 3-inch move.
Yep.
They're all coming in. You will note that there's this one little, here, I'll hold them up. I have this one little group These are 4 farmers from Warhammer Fantasy, but I ran out of cultists. But you know what? They're zombies and they're dead. So they count.
Alright.
They will be the first to die.
The first to fall.
We'll just stick them.
Sure.
There we go. Abe, it turns out, who used to play Warhammer Fantasy for a very long time, has a he has gifted to the studio. We have a box of about 200 fantasy zombies.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will never run out of zombies. All right, so they have moved up, and we're gonna fight.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Poxwalkers.
Yep.
These Poxwalkers,
They're walking that pox, yo.
and they have the thing on them.
They do, but they're no longer within range of typhus.
That's right. So they only have the 1.
Yes.
They're still plus. They're still plus 1. They're not plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
So they are strength 4. Also, if I contain more than 10 models, I am plus.
Motovox, thank you for that subscription.
Hey!
Awesome, Motobox, thank you. Awesome. So we are. They are plus 1 to hit because
Yes.
there's more than 10 of them.
So they're hitting on 4s.
So they're hitting on 4s. Yes, because they're awesome. There should be 12 of them in there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Appears to be
Because
like
I have
16 of them in there.
There shouldn't be. I have oh wait, no. I have lost 6, so there should be 14.
Okay.
And then I've lost 2 out of that squad.
Still appears to be 16 of them.
That doesn't make any sense. Well, there are 14 of them.
Okay.
Banana Mandrew, thank you for that subscription.
Banana
Hey,
Mandrew.
Awesome.
You guys are great.
Yeah,
Sub train.
yeah.
Everybody,
Oh, man, keep it
everybody,
going.
jump on the sub train.
There are
Choo-choo. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
there are 19
4,
in this unit.
5, 6. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait. They both started at 20. Okay, there's supposed to be 18 in that
Okay,
unit.
there's 19 in this unit.
Okay, so 1 goes over there.
And how many are supposed to be in this unit?
And this unit has lost 6, so it's supposed to have 14.
And now it has 16.
Okay, so take 2 out.
Claire's got more poxwalkers than he knows what to do with.
Can't help it. Can't help it.
Just extra poxwalkers everywhere.
That's just weird. I think the count got I bet the count got messed up when we added
Wait, give me one more. You said 14 over here?
Yes, there's supposed to be 14 over there and 18 over there.
Okay, that's correct.
All right, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Count.
9,
Ah,
10, 11, 12, 13. Yes. How many Poxwalkers? 14 Poxwalkers. Okay, so we got 14 attacks.
All right.
Oh, wait, these guys have 2 attacks each.
Yes, they do.
5, 6. Okay, I'm just gonna roll this twice.
Sure.
We're rolling this twice. We are hitting on 4s because
Yeah.
there's enough of them, and these guys are +1 strength.
Yeah.
So these are now strength 4 Poxwalkers.
Yeah.
Which is pretty decent.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. So these guys looking for 4s. We're gonna roll it right here. I'm gonna roll it here carefully because we got a lot of models, and I'm gonna roll this twice. Okay, looking for 4s. That's correct.
Nice
Okay,
roll
so
there.
miss,
That was real good.
miss. Wow.
That's 12 hits.
Okay, so you keep track of the
Sure.
number.
Yeah.
12 hits.
Mm-hmm.
12 hits.
Reroll one of those.
Oh,
Didn't
can't.
take that
Okay,
dice
I can't see. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22 total.
Okay, not bad.
Okay, so we got 22 hits. That's 22.
Mm-hmm.
5, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, 22 hits.
Yep.
And then we are wounding on 3s, because
Yes.
strength 4. Okay, wounding on 3s. Here we go, guys. We're going to do all of them at the same time, right here. Looking for 3s as the Poxwalkers attack.
No.
When Poxwalkers attack.
Ah.
Looking for 3s. Let's take out all the 1s and 2s.
Pretty good.
I'm sure there's some I'm missing.
Some high rolling from Larry over there.
Okay, so we got 1,
Yeah,
2,
can we
3,
get some
4,
Bambi
5,
notes in chat?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we got 15 wounds.
That's more than he should have had hits.
That's 15 wounds, and there is no AP on that. So
Alright.
just 15 wounds. Looking for 5s?
I'm looking.
Or are they 6s?
No, they're,
They're-
5s.
they're
They
5s.
have +1 to their armor because of the spell. So I'm looking for 4s.
Okay.
There's a psychic barrier.
One right here. Or right there. That's fine. 1s, 2s, and 3s.
So 5 of them die.
Exactly. Wow.
Exactly.
All right.
So we got hot roll on everyone's point.
So those become
They
poxwalkers.
do become poxwalkers.
So take those 5 out, and I will put these 5 right back in there.
And if you want to take a look at these models, we've got 2 of these old militia models died here today. And then we've got an Arabite who joined the Conscripts. He's dead. And then we've got a Catachan mortar loader with his mortar shell that he died, old metal mortar. And then we've got like a 2nd edition guardsman who died. That'd be 1st edition metal guardsman.
So that was my first attack.
Okay.
Are you going to use command points to try to do anything with the initiative?
Yeah.
No? Okay. We're going to go with the bloat drone
Sure.
on them as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so the bloat drone has... Looking for the bloat drone, guys.
Looking for the bloat drone.
Okay, here we go. Bloat drone has... he has 3 attacks.
All right.
He's got 3 attacks. He has his plague probe. He probes you,
He wants to know about it.
and it's dirty.
There's no way to make the word probe
There's not.
appealing.
Hits on 4.
Have you seen the model? It's gross. It's a big. It is a syringe. It's a giant syringe needle,
Like
with
surrounded by
a hy-
tentacles.
With surrounded by tentacles with like some like hydraulic pump thing. So it just
Nice.
stabs. It's gross. It's totally gross. I love it. All right, here we go.
You had that flesh mower now.
I do. It's okay. I like the 2 plate spittery things. Okay, so he is hitting on 4s.
Yep.
Okay, hitting on 4s. 3 hits.
All right.
Wounding on 2s, I'm sure. Yes, he's strength 6.
Okay.
Okay, so wounding on 2s.
Yeah.
There's 1.
wound.
Okay, so that
Is
is...
he a plague weapon?
yes, he is. He gets to reroll those. That is 3 wounds.
AP?
The AP of the plague probe is -2.
All right.
Did you kill 3 more?
Nope.
Or 2
He's
more?
hit 1.
2 more? That's
Yep.
2 more poxwalkers.
And that's another militia and I believe like 1st edition female guardsman there. So just another guy.
So this is basically for you guys watching. This is one of the big things that as a Death Guard player, it's really hard to pull this off. But if you can pull it off, it is really like key and important, which is that we've seen in one of our games from 2 weeks ago, where it is possible. There's not many cases in 40k where it's 40k is a game of attrition. I have 10 guys, you have 10 guys. I kill 2 of you guys, now it's 10 to 8. You kill 2 of my guys. Is rare when you see units where every time one of you die, I get better,
Yep.
and it can dramatically swing
Definitely.
balances. So it's not just that if we killed 7 of them, it's that now the ratio has gone from 30 to 14 to like about roughly like 20 to like 20 to 20.
Yeah.
It's like it's swung the odds incredibly.
Speaking of coming back, you got another unit of pocket.
I do have another, and they're gonna go.
Yep.
Those guys don't have any. They're just poxwalkers. They don't have any of the special stuff. Typhus is not nearby.
No,
they didn't
you're
have the
right.
thing cast on them, but there are more than 10 of them, so they do get the +1. So they get the +1 to looking at it. There we go. Yeah, they get the +1 to hit. So they do hit on 4s. And there are 18 of those guys.
So here's an interesting question, and I think we should rule no, just for our sake. But an interesting question arises. If you have 2 units of poxwalkers next to each other, and one of them has the dead rises on them,
I need 8 dice.
and then the other unit kills a model.
Yeah.
According to the interpretation of the rules, both of those units could get a model
Sure.
from one dead
If they're
model.
within radius. Yeah.
But I think, that seems really dumb.
There's been things like that before. Like there was an Alpha Legion thing back in 7th where they had 2 special rules that both let you could get cultists back when they died, and it was
Sure.
possible to basically have units effectively exponentially grow. And I forget how they ruled on that, but stuff like that has happened before.
Sure.
Okay, so these are all of the attack dice. I'm gonna roll them. I'm not gonna pouch roll. I demand a not pouch rolling. I can do it. I can do it.
So that's right over here, guys.
Right here, and these guys need 4s because there are enough of them. and they're all attacking that one tactical unit.
Yep.
Here we go. Ready? On a 1, on a 2, on a 3. Looking for 4s. I think that's average. I can't tell. There's so many. It's just hard. I'm not going to do anything as cocked for this. Just too many dice. Take all these misses out. Take all these misses out. Yeah, go ahead and pull them, Abe. Go ahead and pull them for me. Make it easy on everybody. Okay?
Forced to wound.
And then these guys are forced to wound. Here we go. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Taking out all the 1s, 2s, and 3s. Right. Is there another one in there?
Reroll this one.
Okay, got you. 5. Okay, so we have a grand total of 14.
Okay.
14 wounds.
Pretty good.
Looking for 5s?
Yep.
Okay, 14 wounds. Here's a bunch of dice back for you. How many 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s were there?
They're all dead.
Is that the whole squad?
That's the whole squad.
Okay, so how many is that?
10. Or no.
No, I killed
Not-
someone
you did.
earlier. I think I killed like one guy.
They're not 10 in squad.
Okay. Yeah, so how many guys
6.
total died?
6 guys died.
6 died?
Yep.
Oh, there was only 6 left?
Because the heavy weapon doesn't count as 2.
Oh, it counts as 1.
Yeah. Okay. It's just one model.
Alright. So I need 6 models?
Yep.
Okay. Right, so again, 6 guys died. We're going to put, that is 6 more Poxwalkers get added to the unit, which I'm going to use another little group of 4 dudes. You know, almost none of these groups of 4 guys actually have 4 guys on them. We're just going to have to know that that represents 4 guys.
Sure.
4, okay, 5. So a grand total of 6, correct?
That was the sneaky thing in fantasy.
Okay, so we're going to put 4 guys right there,
Mm-hmm.
and then put 2 extra guys.
Sure.
Okay. So so that unit is now, both of those units have now grown above their starting, actually above their starting strength.
Definitely.
That is all of my assaults.
Okay. My conscripts are going to fight back.
Yep. I'm all done with charging. Yeah, that group is up to 24, and that group is up to 24. They're both at 24,
Okay.
coincidentally enough.
So
They both started the game at 20. They took casualties, and now they're both at 24. Go Poxwalkers.
I got 23 conscripts left.
Okay.
And I'll have 2 attacks because I'm a priest.
Oh, right. What a jerk. Priest.
46 attacks.
Okay. Ugh. Okay. Here we go. Now the Poxwalkers are going to get their butt kicked.
Do you want the dice tray or something?
No. I got it.
Alright.
You got it. All right.
That's not bad. Six wounds.
6 wounds. Okay, so that's 6 disgustingly resilient.
Yep.
Because they have no saves. Poxwalkers, by the way, funny story. Poxwalkers have a 7-up armor value. So if they're in cover, they get a 6. Because come on, they're
That
zombies.
might be one of my favorite things.
Because, come on, they're
It's so
zombies. I mean,
right,
come
it's
on.
so clever the way they did it.
Yeah, it's really nice. Okay, so we're looking for 5-ups on these. Disgustingly resilient. For you guys, wow,
All right.
half of them. So that's 3 dead Poxwalkers.
Yep.
We'll take these 3 guys out over here. Okay. All right. Down to 21.
And then roll 1s on my 2 leadership checks I need to make, so nobody runs away.
Well, I mean, they're dead.
They're dead. Yes.
And that is it for bottom of
Spending
2.
command points?
No.
Oh, I thought you were keeping them from running away with that.
No, I rolled 1s.
No,
Oh,
he rolled
okay.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
He
they only
rolled-
lost 6 guys, and their leadership 9
Sure.
right now. 'cause
All
of
right.
Commissar.
So we're into the bottom of 2.
That is 3 points for Larry.
Alright.
Because you killed a squad. You killed that infantry squad.
Yes.
All right.
And Matt, I can't tell if the camera is crooked or if we moved the table.
No, camera's a little crooked.
Okay. Just check.
Just give it a scoot.
There we go.
So we're just
Just wanted
gonna
to make sure.
We're just gonna scoot back here.
So they're moving. They're withdrawing.
We're withdrawing.
The conscripts are moving out of combat 1 inch.
Yep.
I would say that the conscripts have now earned the right to not be conscripts. After that, that's a rough introduction to combat right there. So we've been reading the Emperor's Uplifting Primer, and they gave us our little peaked hats, but they're white because we're Mordians. And it says that we're the most badass guys in the galaxy because we're guardsmen, and what the hell are those?
What's going on?
Zombies! Nobody told us about zombies. The commissar didn't say anything about zombies. All right, let's tie some here. Pick up. You can take this over your side. Oh, sure. Get them out of the way. Clean everything up. All right. Once again, if you guys have questions, let us know. Abe's moving, checking stuff out. I have the Death Guard book. He's got
No questions.
Astra Militarum book is right over there.
Yeah, if you guys have any Codex questions,
Have
just
a
let
good
us know.
time.
Feel free to ask them.
I have my monster, which is the only thing that's keeping me alive right now.
Oh,
I need a snack. Okay, the guard are moving up aggressively. You can see, well, the conscripts fell out of combat.
Dax the Destroyer is heading out for a bit to go get his son from school. I give Larry my reroll if he needs it while I'm gone. The floating head has spoken.
Thank you, Dax.
And that's your Chaos Lord, so you can use it on yourself, or
I can.
probably more importantly,
I can
using
make
it on Abe.
I can make Abe re-roll one die. That really matters. If I don't, whoa! What is that guy doing?
advancing over there.
Is that just a commander?
Yeah.
Okay. I predict that I'm going to get shot a lot. A whole lot.
I predict you're right.
We'll
All
see.
right, very important question for Larry.
Yep. What do we got?
From Obi.
Yep, Obi.
Have you tried the white monster? I used to drink the blue one all the time, and now I love the white flavor.
I only drink whatever the low carb monster is that I can buy at Costco. So whatever Costco decides I should drink is what I drink. But I have to say that, so we're in, Bowles is out of Austin, Texas, for all you guys who are watching us from around the world. Welcome to Austin, Texas. But the Costco this week just got in the red, white, and blue variety pack of monsters.
I really like the red one.
So
The
I
red
don't
one-
know
haven't had
anything
white.
about it. I just know that the cans are red, white, but I don't know what
It
it
sounds
tastes
like
like.
a really horrible drug. Like,
Like,
have you tried White Monster?
Like, it could be like Alpine Mist, or it could be like 2,000 flushes. Like, I don't know what the flavor is, but it's anything that's blue. The white one is the one I'm worried about. Like, does it taste like milk? What does it taste like? Why is it in a white can?
Yeah, I don't know the white, but the red one is good. If you're gonna go at some point, I recommend red one.
All right, I'm gonna try it. I'm pretty proud. Just saying, I'm pretty proud that the Death Guard, by turn 2, are in the position that they're in. I think we've landed a couple punches on the guard,
Right where I want it.
but not looking forward to this. I'm very, very unhappy that over the last 2 turns, my 16 las cannon shots have put like 3 wounds on tanks. Just horrible rolling with those Land Raiders.
Alright.
And I specifically put them in my list because I really needed some really tough way of trying to knock out some Lehman Russ's really early game, and it is just not working.
The white monster tastes like light berry.
Ooh, what is light berry?
He's a NBA
I
player,
assume
think.
like not like a light berry, just like a light berry flavor.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
no.
you need the hand circles.
I was thinking like a lightsaber, a berry,
No.
like a light berry. I was like, now I'm thinking of like a little bush, and like at night all the berries are floating.
See,
It's a
I've
light berry.
been playing a lot of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Mhm.
So yeah, there's a lot of light berries. That's the thing. You need those silent shrooms.
How wild is it?
Uh-oh. So he's pulling out the 30 conscripts that are gonna reserve onto the board from one. They reserve on from a board edge, right?
Board edge.
It's not actual deep strike.
No. But
They're not like conscripts from the sky.
this seems like good enough to me.
All right, so here they come, guys. You're going to see it. Actually, you might not see it because they're way, way over there.
Yeah, here, I'll,
Yeah, you're going to have to zoom in. Yeah, right there. So this is way, way over on the far extreme flank over here is the 30 conscripts are reserving onto the board. And what is it that lets them reserve? Yeah, there they are, guys. You're going to see it.
Blade of Tuscara or whatever. Tuskara. So the Commissar has this special item that lets him reserve them on.
Hey, Matt, you can straighten it.
just want to make sure they stay on.
Yeah, they are.
Cam.
There they
Okay,
all.
cool. There we
All
go.
right, so there they all are. They're reserving on Abe's extreme left flank. Coming in. There's 30 of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you moved your officer over there.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, he was like, I'm going to decide to just take a stroll by myself into a part of the board where nothing... Hey, look at these 30 conscripts. Where did you guys...
How did that happen?
Where did you guys come from?
That's so weird.
I imagine
Fancy meeting you
that
here.
they're Mordians, so they're like doing that like basic training, like yep, they're doing like the PT and they're singing the songs
Yep.
with their little peaked hats. Once again, for all you people, just really quick note: if you are interested in playing Astra Militarum and you think Mordians are cool, you're gonna have to lie, cheat, and steal with every friend you have who has Astra Militarum armies of any type to get all of the little helmets with the little peaked hats. Because you need like 100 of them to make. But all you have to do is just pretty much. I think if you just get Mordians and do the peaked hat head swap, no one's going to give you any problems. That is a. I mean, with Cadians, you just swap out the head, you're good. I think those guys normally come on tank commanders. Have the peaked hats. Although, how much do you want to bet that within 30 days there's going to be some company out there who's going to be offering a pack of 30 28mm heads with peaked hats?
Alright. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to Night Shroud.
On him again, okay?
Yep.
Here come the orders.
No, this is Psychic.
Oh, Psychic Phase,
Psychic
okay?
Phase.
Alright.
Comic turn 66. Thank you for that follow.
Thank you.
Yep. That's an 8.
He rolled an 8. Yeah, I'll let him do it. It's fine.
Okay. And then I'm going to Psychic Barrier on the Conscripts.
Okay.
That's
You
an
go
8.
off or fail?
Goes off an
I'm
8.
attempting to block that.
Okay.
That is, what, like double cocked? Okay, that's 5 and blocked.
Alright, we'll block it.
Typhus blocks the psychic barrier.
And we'll smite that guy over there.
Okay, with who?
This guy here. They're not-
24. Nope.
Off.
Fail? Go off.
2 mortal wounds.
Bang! He has smote the Land Raider for 2 mortal wounds. That's his stupid Sanctioned Psyker, or whatever the heck is called right there.
Primary Psychic.
Primary Psyker. What a jerk.
Yep.
Lightning.
Alright.
Devil Lightning. Alright.
Oh, this squad. I did spend a command point at the end of my movement phase, by the way, Matt.
Sure.
This is all one squad now. One massive squad. Alright, and we are going to go ahead and...
Orders?
Orders, yep.
Here come the orders. Everyone's favorite Imperial Guard phase.
So he's going to give Strike and Shroud to this guy.
Okay.
He already used his...
On his own.
Right.
Now he's going to give it. Can he do that? That's using the. Does that count as using the same power twice? Using the same order twice?
He doesn't... No, he's not... He gave it last turn.
Okay.
He hasn't given any orders yet.
Okay.
So he's giving Strike and Shroud to these guys.
Okay.
Which is letting them... Because he already
Fire
used,
and use smoke.
Yeah, because he already
Okay.
used the smoke launchers last turn. He can't use them again.
Okay.
We're going to try to give first rank fire, second rank fire to the Conscripts.
Okay. And they receive it
On 4+.
on 4+. Fail. They received
They
it.
received it.
Stupid Mordians. Okay.
And he'll go ahead and take aim to himself because he has a second order he can give.
Okay.
He just goes off of himself.
Sure.
Alright. We're going to go ahead and try to give... we're going to try to give... get back into the fight to the Conscripts.
Okay.
That'll go off on a 4+.
Okay.
So that allows them to shoot this turn even though they fell back.
Sure.
And then for his second order, he's going to give bring it down to this squad here.
Okay.
Goes off. And then Justice is going to go ahead and take aim to the heavy weapon squad. And he gets some second order, so he's going to go bring it down to them.
Sure.
He's going to take aim to this squad here.
Okay.
He's not going to get another order.
Okay.
He's going to give... That has a character in it?
Yes.
Okay. He's going to give Fiery Squad to these guys.
Okay.
And he does give them a second order, so he'll be taking to them as well.
Okay. Those are his 3 orders.
He could give a 4th order.
If you want to use a command point.
I don't think I need to at this point.
Okay.
These are the only 2 units that don't have an order yet.
The guys on the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have Vox Casters, so I could reach either one of them. I don't think it's worth a command point right now.
Okay.
Okay. So, I'm going to start with the Conscripts. 60
All right.
shot, or 120 shots into these guys. So they got first rank, second rank fire. They get to shoot twice with all their guns.
Okay.
There's 30 of them. They're all within 12 inches.
Okay.
So 160 shots. Or 120 shots.
120 shots from the conscripts into the boxwalkers. Here's all the dice. There you go.
I'm going to roll in groups of 30.
Sure. Go ahead. You should just roll them all in groups of 30. I mean, yeah.
I'm just going to roll them back here because that's easiest.
You're going to roll them all the way through to wounds, or just going to do 120 and then...
We'll do 120 and then 120.
Okay. Gotcha.
Like how I said, I'm going to get 120 hits. Did you see that?
Yeah, I like that.
That's
I like your confidence.
Yeah, 120. It's going to be 120
I like your
hits,
confidence.
guys. All right, so this is the maximum amount of shots you can get from a conscript platoon.
120.
All right.
Isendar wants you to pouch roll that 120.
Oh man.
We're gonna make one of those special, like the lotto machines. We're gonna make it. We're gonna have like a big giant box that we just spin.
So
that has like 200 dice in it, and we just pull the button and they just all roll.
That's just so fun. Also, actually, interesting question from Obi.
Yeah.
Let's say you combine a squad with one that fell back. Does the new, bigger squad count as having fallen back or not?
It's a good question though. Give me 1 second. I'll look up the exact wording. 20 hits so far.
Okay.
So what's the average on this, so we can know how well you rolled on this?
He should be doing. They hit on 5s, so he should be getting 40 hits,
Okay.
and then he should be wounding half the time. So he should do 20 wounds.
Okay. So if it's not
On
20
average.
wounds, Abe is terrible at rolling.
Yes.
That's confirmed.
And I roll about average because when you roll 120 dice, you roll about average.
Yeah, sure. That's not how statistic works.
Add it all up.
So I got 43 hits.
Okay, slightly above average so
Slightly above
far.
Ever
average.
so slightly.
43 hits, wounded on 4s. Wounded on 4s. Okay.
So either get your BAMs or roll betters or booze ready. We'll see how this goes.
And we're gonna see what happens.
Uh-oh. How we doing so far?
Also below average.
Uh-oh.
Almost close.
Maybe get some booze. We'll
Should be
see.
20. I think we're gonna end up with like 17. 16 or something. 18 wounds. Slightly
Alright.
below average.
That's not terrible.
That is about within the margin of error.
Alright. 18 wounds.
So 18 disgustingly resilient.
18. Well, give me the dice. You have all the dice.
That part right there.
Oh, whatever. That's not 18.
That's 18.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, I do have 18 dice. Alright, 18 dice. Here we go. Disgustingly resilient. Actually, I'm going to take every advantage I can, because not all these guys are out of cover.
Doesn't matter.
It does, because you can do it on a per model basis.
You can. You don't get to change the saves. That's not how it works.
I think that's how it works.
It's not how it works.
All right. Disgustingly resilient. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
All right. So they're all about a little below average.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 13 Poxwalkers die.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take off the 13 Poxwalkers.
So I don't know, Obi. It's a good question. It's the same as if they had advanced. Also, if one unit advances and the other one doesn't, does it count? If one unit moved and the other one didn't, do they count as moving for firing heavy weapons? I honestly don't know. It's not clear. You're combining two. I would say that by the letter of the rules, all right, it is. The answer is yes. They do not count as moving, and they can fire because it is a new unit. It is not the old unit that moved. It is technically a new unit. That's what I would probably say is the ruling. And otherwise, it's slightly abusable, but I think otherwise it's honestly even worse because you'd have to keep I don't think it should be you keep track of models because that's the worst option to me. But I don't know.
Next shooting.
Yeah, we'll fire these conscripts into the other unit here.
Okay.
Much less shots though.
Okay.
So they did fall back, but because I gave them their order, they get to shoot this turn anyway.
Sure.
So we got
And they're beat up. They've lost
10,
many guys.
They have lost some guys. 10, 15...
Approximately 10 guys.
23 guys left. They've lost 7 guys.
Okay. So they merely have double shots.
Yeah, so 23, so they got 46 shots.
46 shots. Much less scary than 120 shots from conscripts.
Still just through the numbers game. It's gonna be.
And that is, I think, while Abe is rolling this, that is the power of the Astra Militarum Codex, is that people are always like, well, why is this codex? Why are people thinking that this book is a power codex? And it's how the Astra Militarum play innately works into what 8th edition is, right? Because 8th edition really is a numbers game, right?
Yeah.
8th edition compared to 7th and previous editions, with the homogenization of vehicles and units and just everything, everything is kind of it's just all one big unified stat line. It's just about rolling dice. If you have enough dice, you're going to be able to kill stuff. And the entire nature of the Guard army is that they're just about rolling more dice. So everything nothing in their army is like they have no Primarch equivalent. They don't have anything that's like, oh my god, I'm going to spend this one thing. This guy gives me a gazillion special rolls and you can't kill him. The Guard just are a bunch of huge guys. It's just a large volume of guys they just throw a large volume of dice at you.
And
so they just rely on pure statistics.
I do have a stratagem, a 1-point stratagem, which I could have used. I didn't want to use it just because of the amount of dice I would have had to roll.
Disgustingly resilient.
Yep. But basically use it on a unit, and if they shoot at chaos that phase, they get to reroll all hits and wounds. All hits and wounds. So I could have used it on those 120 shots and rerolled all my misses to hit and all my misses to wound. I did think about using that, but I was like, I don't want to roll that many dice.
We do have a time limit.
We do have a time limit. So, we're doing fine.
Yeah. All right. 8 guys done. 8 Poxwalkers bit it
8
from that squad.
All right.
I rolled terribly on only one disgustingly resilient made it.
All right. Let's go ahead and do these last cannons. That guy. 3 wounds from last cannons.
On who? On him. Okay, so that's 5s.
Yep.
Is 5 up save on the Land Raider? Made 2 of them.
All right. Nice. It's 5 wounds.
Can you try to roll less than average on your damage rolls?
I tried, just not.
I fail.
All right, this tank is gonna fire.
I'm so bad at being incompetent.
Battle cannon is gonna fire at the Land Raider.
Yep.
All the rest of his guns are gonna fire at its butt. That's Boxwalkers.
Perfect. but heavy bolters.
But heavy bolters.
What no one expects,
Yeah.
but heavy bolters.
So that's 11 battle cannon shots.
This guy's shooting this way. Of course there's 11 battle cannon shots.
Of course.
Was one of those a 6?
Yes.
Reroll that.
This is what you want to use that reroll on?
Yes.
All right.
Let back now.
That's all right. 8 battle cannon shots.
Better. Still have to hit.
2 wounds.
Okay.
Minus 2.
Minus 2. It's 4.
Mm-hmm.
Made one of them.
1 wound.
Okay. Land Raider is so beat up. He's so beat up. He's down to 2. This Land Raider is down to 2 wounds. 2 wounds.
2 wounds at -1. Doesn't matter. So 3 wounds to them.
3 wounds to who?
The Poxwalkers.
Poxwalkers. 3 wounds.
Yep.
Okay. Disgustingly resilient. Look at that.
All right.
I rolled 666s over there
Nice.
for
Bam, bam, bam.
Poxwalker saves.
4 melted gun from the command squad until then.
Okay. Are they within 6 inches? I don't think they are.
No.
So just 1 shots. That's a lot of misses.
They hit on 3s.
That's still a lot of misses.
1
No
wound.
wounds. 1 wound?
Mhm.
Okay. What's the minus on the 4?
Yeah.
So he needs a 6.
Yeah.
Nope.
4 wounds.
This Land Raider is down to 3 wounds. They're
This-
both barely alive.
This squad is going to go ahead and fire crack missile into him.
Okay.
Rest of the guns into him.
Okay.
Crack missile hits. No wound.
How many shots on the Poxwalkers?
1 wound.
1 wound on the Poxwalkers?
Mhm.
Nope. That's a dead Poxwalker.
Alright.
Got him. Alright.
This squad, melted gun, and last cannon. Has guns on him. One melted gun wound, -4.
Okay. That's a 6 on the Land Raider.
Yep.
5. Almost.
6 wounds.
And it. Oh.
Does it explode?
Yeah, does it explode? Okay, so it's dead, but does it explode?
Yeah.
That is the question. All right, the first Land Raider. It's only a matter of time. It is out, and it explodes on a 6.
Yep.
Here we go. 5. Does not explode. Okay, there are 10 guys inside that. All right.
On ones that die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And
On
now
ones-
begins the winnowing.
And once they take a wound,
No, they're dead.
they're removed from play.
Yeah.
You don't get discussion of resilient against
No.
it.
And if you have 10 wounds, you're dead still.
Wow. Okay. Here they are. 2 guys on a 6.
On a 1.
Oh, nobody.
All right.
They're all good. Woo!
All good.
They all get out. All right. So
Are
the Land
exploded.
Raider is removed. It is dead. We're going to get the big squad out. 10 Plague Marines. And they are all going to appear miraculously in the trenchworks. All right. Plague Marines. Plague Marines. Get in there. Get in there, Plague Marines. All right. All right, guys.
I'll take it. All right.
There should be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. One full 10-man squad of Plague Marines is in the trenches.
All right.
Where the Land Raider was.
That's fine. My Astropath is going to use Astral Divination.
Okay.
Pick an enemy in within 18 inches of this model. He's going to pick the Plague Marines.
Okay.
Until the end, that unit does not gain bonuses to their saving throw for being in cover when it is targeted by friendly Astra Militarum units within 6 inches of him.
That's a psychic power or just an ability?
It's not ability.
Oh, that's
I
weird.
didn't get it.
That's lame.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Okay.
This Luminos is going to go ahead and fire. It's going to fire at smoke launchers because it can shroud and strike this turn.
Sure.
Its battle cannon is going to go into the Plague Marines.
Okay.
And the rest of its guns are going to go into the Poxwalkers.
Okay. Heavy bolters into 3 heavy bolters into the Poxwalkers. The battle cannon firing twice into the Plague Marines in cover.
So, bolters. Good. 1 wound. 1 wound.
1 wound from the heavy bolters.
Mm-hmm.
Made it.
Alright.
All right.
6 battle cannon shots.
Okay. 6 battle cannon shots. That's a lot of misses.
3 hits.
3 hits.
2, 1 wound.
1 wound.
Minus 2, no cover.
Minus 2, no cover, so I'm looking for a 5 up.
Yep.
Rolling that. Nope.
And then he takes 2 wounds. So 2 disgusting standard for him.
Yep, 2 disgustingly resilience. Come on, Plague Marine. Nope, 1 dies.
Alright.
Take that guy out. Okay, we've lost 1 to a battle cannon. 1 Plague Marine is out. What else you got? All kinds of stuff.
Yep. Alright. Big squad's gonna fire at you.
At the line raider, the big squad?
Yep.
Okay. So they have 2 autocannons.
3 autocannons.
3 autocannons. Alright.
Wound. 2 wounds. Those autocannons.
Okay. Minus 1, so I have a 3. 3 up
Yeah.
saves. Made 1, failed 1, so 2 wounds.
Yep.
Is lost. Those are its last 2 wounds.
Does it explode?
Does it explode? It explodes on a 6.
Yep.
No.
Alright.
Alright, it is also removed. And all the guys get out of it. Okay, so we got, let me pull these guys out. 4, there's 7, 8. Okay, there's 1. We got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not yet, missing a guy. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna pull him. Put this guy over there. Alright. Plague Marines, these guys will also appear
Sure.
right here in the cover.
Mm-hmm. And all the rest of my shots are unfortunately wasted, but
On them. Alright, let's start. Where's the. And put all the Plague Marines in here. They're in this area of cover. Where's that powerful sergeant? He's in there somewhere. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, and then there's a. Where's the character?
yeah, where's the character?
Oh, I was going to pull a special guy for him.
James Lee Allen is reminding you that the guys get out before the tank explodes, so you're sort of cheating.
No, they don't.
No?
No, they're not affected by the tank.
Well, in terms of placement. Like putting them in the trench.
Oh, sure, whatever. You are correct in that. In that sense, yes.
Right. Just throwing it out there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna go with yeah, I just need a guy to represent. I'll say that it's this big scary guy.
Okay.
It's this dude.
Not dude? Not this guy?
We'll go with this guy because he has weird things on top of him, so we'll see him. So let me read this because I want him. He needs to actually be over here.
Okay.
Put the powerful sergeant here. And I want the biologist over here. Okay, that's where he is.
So this is the biologist?
Yeah, the guy. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you were right. Okay. It's this guy.
Okay.
Because we'll see. He's the biologist.
Alright, veteran squad is going to shoot at the biologist. They've
Okay.
got firing squad this turn, so they can fire all the rapid fire weapons at him.
Okay.
And they're rerolling ones.
So explain what just happened.
Okay, so I blew up the vehicle, and then...
Because people aren't going to be able to follow that, and it's important.
Sure. So they all got out. And
So
then,
this squad got out. This squad, what was in that Land Raider is there's a 9-man squad of Plague Marines and the biologist Putrefier, who's the guy who lets them all do their super crazy grenade attack.
Yes.
And he currently is a character, and he's all mixed in and not targetable.
He is not non-retargetable, however. I gave the Special Brigade Order firing squad to this veteran unit, which means that until the end of the turn, they can fire rapid fire weapons at characters, even if they're not the closest model.
Okay.
So we're going to fire all my guns. I'm going to overcharge my plasma guns.
Okay.
You can reroll once to hit as well.
Okay.
So that's 2 hits from plasma guns
Okay.
and 2 wounds from plasma guns.
Okay.
It's minus 3 your save.
Okay.
Got some blast guns on top of that.
Okay.
This is the Deadly Mordian Assassination Squad.
Okay.
And 2 normal saves.
Okay.
And then 2 from the plasma.
Okay, so 2 from the plasma and 2 full normal saves. Okay. I am 3 up armor and in cover.
Yep.
So I have a 2 up. So
Yep.
the plasma is minus 3 or minus
Yep.
2?
Minus 3.
Okay, so that 2, so that's a 5.
Yep.
So it's a 5 up. Here's the 2 5 ups. Made 1, failed 1.
Okay, 2 wounds.
Okay, so 2 wounds. 2 disgustingly resilience. Failed them both.
Alright.
So 2 wounds on him so far,
Mhm.
and then the 2 normal saves.
Yep.
These are just 2-ups. Makes them both.
Okay.
So he has taken
2.
2 wounds. I believe a biologist putrefier has 4 wounds. Let me just check real quick to be sure. Biologist putrefier right in front of the Tallyman. He has 4 wounds.
All right.
So he has taken 2.
So
He's,
almost got him.
he's half dead.
If he was a little closer, I would have been a rapid fire, and I probably would have gotten him.
Yes, I specifically, I knew that squad probably was going to do some kind of Mordian shenanigans, which is where I tried to keep him out of 12 inches. I put him way back on that side, but I didn't want him to get sniped
All
or
right.
get rapid fire sniped.
We're gonna fire. He's gonna fire the Demolisher Cannon into the
Sure.
big squad.
Okay.
We're gonna fire the Las Cannon into the Blight Drone,
Okay.
and we're gonna fire the rest of the guns into these guys.
Into the Poxwalkers.
Yes.
All right. Splitting fire like crazy.
Yep.
From this is his tank commander in the Demolisher.
All right. So the heavy bolters. 3 wounds from the heavy bolters.
That's on Poxwalkers.
Yeah.
Okay. 3 wounds from the heavy bolters.
And then 1 more on them from the
Oh,
stubber.
2 disgustingly resilient.
All right.
Made
one
it.
more
So
from the
1 is
stubber.
lost.
Yep.
And then how many more? From?
1 more from the stubber.
Okay, so 2 are lost.
The last cannon wounds.
Okay, 2 Poxwalkers are out.
Alright. Last cannon wound on this guy. On the Blight Drone.
Did it wound him?
Yep, it wounded him.
Okay, he has his armor save is I believe it's a 3. And he is in cover. Oh no, he's not.
Alright, I use another command point, by the way.
Sure.
That'll give me 12 Demolisher shots on the infantry. I got a 6 and 2, I rerolled the 2 and got another 6. So that's 12 shots from the Demolisher Cannon on the plate wounds.
We are that's a 3-up save.
Okay, so -3.
-3. Okay, so 6s.
Yep.
That's just 1.
Just 1.
So 1 6. Nope.
Alright.
D6 wounds.
And 3 wounds.
3 wounds. All right. So he's down to 5. He's half dead. Alright, he double fired and got max hits, so 12.
Yep.
12 Demolisher shots on the Plague Marines, who don't get the benefit of being in cover
And that
because
is
of the Psyker.
8 wounds.
That's 8 wounds. What's the minus on those?
Minus on the Demolisher.
So
is
-2 or -3?
3 for the Demolisher.
-3. So they have 6.
Boom! So the Demolisher normally does D3 shots, but when firing against a model with 6 from 5 or more models, it goes up to D6, which is why I got so many.
And I made 1, 2, 3. So that's 7 fails.
All right.
They only have 1.
Yeah. Well, it just doesn't resilient, but it does D6 damage to each one. So you need to make a bunch of. Do you want to roll disgusting resilient?
You just need to see how many of them are 1s.
Sure.
If it's above 3, I'm not.
2 of them are 1s.
Okay, so 2 of them are 1s. Okay, so those 1.
Okay.
So I only lost 6. 1, 2, 3,
All right. So I
4, 5, 6.
It was a good round of shooting from the Demolisher. We got six Plague Marines, put some wounds on this beastie, and killed some guys. So I can't complain about that. I'm gonna fire autocannons at that guy. I'll fire just all 3 of these squads at him.
Okay.
What's his toughness?
Who?
On this dude?
The drone. He is toughness 7.
All right. 2 wounds.
Okay. 2
Minus
wounds.
1.
It's fine.
Okay.
Made them both.
Alrighty.
Is that everything?
I've got 1, 2.
The guard they are still shooting. Still shooting.
I've got 5 command guys with las pistol shooting at those guys.
All right.
2 wounds.
Okay.
2 sevens.
Disgustingly resilient. Made 1.
Alright. I got 1 las pistol wound on those guys. And then I have this squad left.
Okay.
1 disgustingly resilient on them.
Got it. Made it. The Poxwalkers don't care. They don't care at all.
Crack missile into him. And the rest of the squad will just fire.
Okay. Gotcha. 1 crack missile.
Hits.
5 shots.
Well, that's
Oh,
crack.
crack
Hits.
missile. Yes. Hit.
Wounds, strength 8. Yes.
Yep. -2. That's 5. Failed. How many wounds?
3 wounds.
3. Disgustingly resilient.
Yep.
Made 1 wound.
Alright.
So 2 more wounds.
Alright.
Down 3. Alright. Now they're so tough. They're so tough. So many dice. So you're probably noticing that there's an incredible amount of dice being rolled. Welcome to the Astra Militarum.
7 more saves on that.
Buy yourself lots of dice. 7 saves?
Yeah. Or 7 disgusting resilience, I suppose.
Yep. 7 disgusting resilience is correct. Here we go. Looking for 5s. Wow. Whoa!
All right there.
All right, that is 6 out of 7 disgustingly resilience.
That's pretty good.
Who's that guy? Alrighty, that's crazy.
Alright.
Utterly crazy.
That is the end of my turn.
That is the end of your turn. Leadership for them.
Yep. Unless 7. Believe they probably flee.
Probably. Yep, that is a 5 plus.
7 would be 12. So even if they are leadership 10, which they are not.
Which they are not. They are leadership. Plague Marines are leadership. We're looking for it. They are leadership 8. They flee.
All right.
All right.
So that's a lot of points for me on this turn.
All right. Yes. So this turn, you killed 2 Land Raiders. Those are worth 19 each.
Yep.
So that's 38.
Yep.
And then you killed 1 squad of Plague Marines.
Which is another.
And that is a 9-man squad of Plague Marines.
That
Which
was
is
10 man.
It's a 10-man.
Yeah.
So that is worth. So 38.
Which are the same points because you can't take a 9.
38.
You can.
That was 13.
13.
So 38.
48. 51?
51.
All right. 51 points for me.
51 points.
Pretty good.
So that's the guard.
All right.
And that, I mean, that's a peak guard shooting phase, basically.
All right. Top of 3.
Yep.
Going. Movement. We are going to be using. All right. I have my 1 thing left.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to use it. I have to use. I am using Blight Bombardment. I am activating that.
You use that in move phase?
You use it just before they fire.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to be using.
I'm not going to get any points from that.
Perfect. All right, we're moving.
That was your last point,
All right. Pox War. Yeah.
and you did not steal.
I did not steal.
These guys are going to shuffle over in this direction. All right.
These guys are going to go in this direction.
Okay, we're moving. All the Poxwalkers are moving over towards the Conscripts because the Conscripts is the biggest source of guys I can kill to get free Poxwalkers.
Yep.
So that is really the only choice I have at this point. Is I got to get these guys away from that giant 120 gazillion shots of horribleness, and try to get them over here and try to basically repeat what I did last turn and try to just whittle those guys down and refill my numbers. That's
Yep.
the only hope that those guys have. He's going to stay exactly where he was.
His 3 wounds.
Him and his 3 wounds. Typhus, however, Typhus is moving. And these guys are going to leave a nice little gap
Typhus is coming.
for Typhus.
Isendar says, Colonel Festus, are we going to claim the objectives? Not at all, Lieutenant. Watch this.
Or what? We outflanked to get this objective. That's like the perfect guard strategy. Is
Okay.
don't
I mean,
move.
Yes, stick to what you know.
Don't move. Have your guys appear on the objective. I mean, I pushed up in the middle, but that's where all his guys were coming. So he pushed me back. I'm sending these guys over to get that objective.
Cultists are moving up. Cultists are moving up. Cultists. Come on, cultists. Alright, cultists are all moving up.
Got some tricks up my sleeves, guys.
I don't know. You're running out of command points. I would just start, really.
I need a husband, though. It's true.
I know, he's down to merely 7. What will he do now that he has hard decisions to
I've
make?
only used 11 so far this game.
Something like.
This is all one big
It's
huge
all
unit.
one big unit now. So I think I know where your Blight Bombardment's going to go.
We need to carefully move into the middle zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abe, can you describe what Mordians do?
Yeah, Mordians. Basically, if they set up in a special, they got a couple special things. If their units are set up in a special way, they get +1 leadership and they get a hit on 5s when rapid firing, or when overwatching. Then they've got some other special abilities. They have a special command order that they can issue called Form Firing Squad. It lets the targeted unit fire its rapid fire weapons at a character, even if it's not the closest character. And then in addition, they those are the two big things they get. They get a stratagem, which I don't think is that great, which is called volley fire. Basically, you can use it on a unit, and every time they roll a 6 to hit, they get an extra shot. It's an infantry unit, so I mean it's okay for what it is. You probably want to do it on something like a giant unit of conscripts that's rerolling hits and wounds. So
Miasma Pestilence.
All right.
On those boss numbers.
All right.
Successful on a 9.
Sure.
So
there's definitely some weird combos you can do with it, but it's not like the greatest thing. And they got a really weird Warlord trait. It's basically when a friendly unit
do trust
model-
Vitality on that. Also successful on
Sure.
11.
Can't. No, it's not that. It's basically when a friendly model flees from like leadership within 6 inches of them, they roll a dice, and on a 4+, they don't actually flee. I think the weird thing about this is it doesn't really work with how the rules for fleeing do, because it's not like you don't like assign wounds in the flee step like you do in the shooting step. So it's a little weird on like what if a model has, you know, like on how you would roll it. Can I roll one at a time? Can I like assign a flea wound on this model and then roll to see if he flees or not, and then keep assigning fleas to him? Like, it's kind of weird how that works, but it helps your guys stick around longer. But honestly, just take home stars.
All right, Curse of the Leper
Okay.
on the conscripts.
All right. And what's that one do?
Curse of the Leper is it manifests on 7.
Nope.
Failed anyway. Doesn't matter. Second one, Plague Wind on the lepers.
Okay.
On the lepers. On the conscripts as well.
On the not lepers.
Also fails.
All right.
Wow, that guy's done nothing this game. Okay, but Typhus has been pulling it off.
Pulling it, yeah.
All right, psychic phase is over.
All right. Shooting.
Shooting. All right, here we go.
Bombardment.
Shooting. All right, so we are going to use my last command point
For the blight bombardment.
for the Blight Bombardment. My favorite thing. If I get it off in a game, I'm happy.
All right. Who's getting 9? Who's getting 9 grenades?
That is the squad.
Yes, and who's getting hit by the 9 grenades?
The big squad
The
of
big
guardsmen
squad.
over there.
All right.
So what Blight Bombardment does, it's 1 command point. Use it at the right before a friendly Death Guard unit shoots or fires Overwatch. When resolving that unit shot, every model that is equipped with a Blight Grenade can throw one. So that is a 9-man squad. That is 9 Blight Grenades.
Yep.
And because there is a Biologist Putrefier within range of them, they are super Blight Grenades. So those are...
Super blight grenade.
Those are... they are... let me look that up. The Biologist... Where is he? He's right... Okay. He is making them...
Strength 4.
Yes.
2 damage.
+1 strength, 2 damage,
And then a wound of a 6.
and on a 6, it inflicts a mortal wound.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So you get 96 shots.
96 grenades are being hailed. Matt, if you want to zoom in a little bit on this, here's the
Sure.
craziness. So here's the Biologist right here. He's in the back. We got.
Ah.
There we go. And we got all these 9 guys, and they're hurling all their grenades into that group right there. All right, so we're gonna see.
I think that was those re-rolls for the camera you saw in effect right there.
That was it. Matt has failed. The camera has won.
Yep.
Yeah, we were discussing,
4, 5,
and
6,
yet
7,
camera and I are always fighting.
Okay, so 9d6
Yep.
attacks with the Blight Grenades. That's not a good roll at all.
We're gonna still kill a lot of guards.
That is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21. Only 25 attacks, which is really crappy for that many.
So you probably won't kill the whole squad.
Okay, so there's 9 of those. They still have to hit.
Yep.
They hit on 3s.
So 25.
25. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, 25. I have exactly 25 dice.
There you go.
Rolling them all right there. I'm hitting on 3s.
Yep.
I'm hitting on 3s. When does the when
It's on wound.
It's on wound, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So wound rolls of 6. Okay. Here we go. Okay, these guys are hitting on 3s. Here comes the giant wave of blight grenades over the guardsman's head. Taking out the 1s and 2s. No. That one's a miss. This is completely cocked. Okay, it's a hit. Okay, this is strength 4.
3s to wound.
3s to wound. And 6s inflict bonus
Mortal.
mortal wounds. So we're going to be rolling all these.
Remember to re-roll your 1s to wound.
And they're plagued, so we re-roll the 1s. Here we go.
Mortal wounds.
Okay, here we go. Looking for 3s. Okay, taking out the... we're re-rolling the 1s right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there were 4 1s. So we're re-rolling these. We'll move these dice over. We'll re-roll those right there. Okay, so you take 2s. Okay, so first of all, the 6s. There's not many. So 2.
All right.
So there's just 2 mortal wounds right off the bat.
All right.
Then we're going to take out the 2s. And all of these wound. Okay, so you have 2 mortal wounds,
Okay.
and then you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 13 wounds.
All right.
And those are... Blight grenades are full AP. So 5. How many guys died?
So a total of 10 guys died. I make 5 saves, so 8 and then 2 from the other.
Okay, so 10 guys are out.
Yep.
Blight bombardment. And the putrefier, who is out of range, he'll just fire his pistol. Because he has a... Actually, he doesn't. Yeah, he has... You know what? He has no weapons that have over range 6.
Oh.
He shoots nobody.
Oh.
Oh well.
Oh, poor putrefier.
Okay, so they're done. Over here on the other side, we're gonna do the bloat drone. Is gonna use its 2d6 automatic hits on the conscripts.
Okay.
You know what? No, it's not. It's gonna use its automatic hits on the. How many conscripts are left? There's like 20 of them, right?
There's more. There's like 23 left.
Okay, he's using it on that.
Okay. So yeah, I think. Go ahead. I think also go back to one of the questions we had earlier about like the consolidate squad. It does need a couple clarifications, both about like the what does that count as, and also like if Larry kills my 3 squads that have consolidated.
5. That's 5
Okay.
wounds at -1.
-1 success. One of them dies. There we go. There's
1 conscript dies.
There's-
That's fine.
there's
That's
four-
fine.
four
That's fine.
sixes.
I can accept it. It's math. I understand. I'm not mad.
And we'll take a second edition Stormtrooper.
Nurgle is not bitter. Not at all. I am, however, going to use my cultist pistols.
The pistols are automatic on them.
They have pistols.
Right. So yeah, like if Larry kills the giant that I've combined 3 squads into 1, how many command points or power level does he get for that? It's not it's 1 unit, but you can't buy a 30-man guard squad unit. So, obviously, like the easy answer is that he should get
1 wound.
1 wound.
Cultists, come on.
He gets him. He gets
All right, those cultists are just as good as the bloat drone.
They are.
Awesome. Okay.
So yeah, like the easy answer obviously is that he gets 9 because that's how many he gets, whatever points have combined in there. But you could also say that he killed a infantry squad technically, and that the only power level point for that is 3. So that one's probably pushing it a little bit, but I think that you have a fairly good argument.
Bolt pistol from Putrefier. Oh wow, he hits. He wounds.
He wounds. Another guy dies.
Got what's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Didn't
Bolt
get-
pistol right in the face. Mordian conscript.
Didn't get the spell off.
Alright.
So yeah, like there are some questions that could be answered about the Consolidate Squad ability. I would say that the easiest way to answer it is that they count as a new unit that is not moved, but has a power level rating of however many squads were combined.
And declare charges.
Okay.
Bloat drone.
Did you pop your Dead Rise again this round?
He did not.
I did not.
He had no more
I
points.
did not have.
Oh,
command.
he's out of command.
Yeah, out of command. Yeah, I'm at 0.
Yep. That'd be why.
I used it for the blight grenade bombardment. Declare charges. He's in.
I'd be kill him with my old.
The bloat drone.
I do get to Overwatch first.
You do. You get to Overwatch, and they Overwatch on 5s, which
They
is
do.
mean. Stupid Mordians.
9,
I do think Mordians are really strong. I think Mordians are going to be just... I mean, fundamentally,
42 shots.
with a guard army, the weakness is that if you can get them in assault, they start to fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
But having an army where pretty much all of its core infantry is overwatching on 5s,
Oh, and it's vehicles too.
it's just mean.
And you do. I'm not pulling out all the tricks. Like I said, I don't want it just for a time. But I could be using the command point that lets me reroll all my hits and wounds on this right now.
Sure.
I've got some ones for vehicles that let me do even better. So you get some pretty interesting ones. It's 3 wounds so far. If it fails all the saves, I kill the blood drone. So right there, just to point out, normally I would have got 1 Overwatch hit, but instead I got 10 Overwatch hits.
Because Mordians.
Because of Mordians. So 6 wounds in the blood drone.
Okay. 6 wounds. It has a 3-up save. Failed 2. And disgustingly resilient.
So close. 1 wound left.
1 wound left.
So close. And then this goes. Alright.
In the
these
combat.
guys get in. And,
Right. Yeah, they're in. They're all in. They need to roll not snake up. Actually, I think they're just in. They're just in. But
Well,
I'll roll it to see.
yeah.
Yeah. They're still in. Alright, so all the Poxwalkers have made it because the bloat drone gave them cover.
just delineate the
Yeah.
squad there. So
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, my Mordians would have blown them away.
Alright, Poxwalkers are in both cases. And then over here, we are going to have the Plague Marines are going to charge. What do I need to make a charge on the plasma unit?
I don't know if you can.
Why?
Because I don't know if you can fit a model within an inch of them.
Well, yes. If I'm directly below them, it counts. Like a 3 probably.
I would say
right?
a 4. Just
4?
split the difference with the height dip with the height. And say you need a 4 to get to it.
There's 4 plasma guns in there on those veterans?
3 plasma guns.
3 plasma guns. And they can all Overwatch on 5s? Or does that require an order? Or is that just always?
That stalls, yeah. They can watch a pass.
We're going to go on them.
Okay, just on them by themselves? Okay.
Yep. You're declaring in charge. This group here is going to be going into the plasma guns. It is going to suck.
Alright.
But the other squad is so much larger that even with crappier weapons, it's probably just as deadly. And I really need to. Yeah, and and it has 3 flamers in it, so let's just go after the plasma guns.
All right.
And let's just take the plasma guns in the face and see if we can make it.
I'm going to use my stratagem command point. I'm going to use Vengeance for Cadia.
Sure.
It's not a Cadian command.
Even though someone
I'm
said, "You know
angry
what's-
about Cadia!
You know what? It sucked what happened to those Cadians. Yeah, let's shoot these guys in the face harder.
Yes. So this is going to let me reroll my hits and wounds for this Overwatch.
Okay.
So I'm going to do 6. My plasma guns are going to overheat. Overcharge.
Sure.
So 6 plasma gun shots. I need to roll my division for that.
Yes.
That's 2 hits. Reroll this.
How's that 2 hits? It's Overwatch.
Oh, you're right. 2 hits. I get to reroll this and this. 3 hits. And the last one misses twice.
Don't break it. There you go.
Alright, so 5 plasma guns hits on Overwatch.
So 5 out of 6 hits on Overwatch.
5 with rerolls, that's not the.
Yeah, how are you going to end that sentence?
5 wounds.
Okay, got it.
And then I've got 14 mere last gun shots.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's good. It's good. It's not like crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
You should have gotten 4, probably.
Yeah.
3.5.
3.5, 4. Like
3.5.
It's good, but like I said, it's not like the most insane thing ever.
You roll those. For 5s.
I'm looking for 5s again.
So what makes Mordia nasty is that Mordia basically helps to cover one of the guard's traditional weaknesses, which is that even when you reach them, they're still going to kick your butt on the way in, just because their Overwatch fire is so nasty.
Yeah. So 5 plasma gun shots at -3.
Okay, so those are 6s. I made one of those, and then these are disgusting resilient.
But they're 2 damage each.
Sure. So that's 8 disgusting resilient. I can need a roll in pairs. Okay, so number 1, dead. Number 2, dead. Number 3, dead. Number 4, dead.
Alright, and then 4 last gun shots.
Okay, 4 last gun shots. So 4 have died so far, and 1 guy failed, and he failed. So 5.
So 5.
So 5 of the 9. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this guy 4, 5. Well, we'll leave the last place. Okay. All right, 1 more guy. Okay, so those 5 are out.
And we'll make a 4 to get there.
Yep. I'm gonna need a very low roll to get there. Let's do this charge roll. 6. There we go. Okay, they're in. Get them in there. The biologist Putrefier. He will also charge them.
Okay.
6. I don't know if that's enough. He may just be high and dry. Okay, so he just is stuck out in the open. Okay. Over here, Typhus. Typhus is going to attempt to make that charge through that little gap.
Sure.
It's supposed to be there.
Sure.
He needs a 6, I believe. We'll say he needs a 7. Okay, Typhus needs a 7 to get in. I have no way of rerolling that. Typhus fails with a 3.
Typhus.
The cultists will attempt to charge these guys. Go ahead and make your Overwatch fire.
Frag. 4 shots. 3 hits. 1 wound.
Okay.
Another frag.
Nope.
6 shots.
Okay.
1 hit. No wounds.
Okay.
2 more wounds.
So total. Okay, so 1 died. Those 2. Oh no.
No.
3 cultists died.
So yeah, I definitely like being able to Overwatch on 5s, and you're seeing that
Failed charge.
You're seeing that a fair amount of armies are actually getting something like that, because there is
Okay.
an Mechanicus Forge rule that gets that ability on a lot of its units.
All right.
The
Do that assault.
okay.
Okay, so we got Powerfist Sergeant. He has
Yep.
3, and then we'll give him the green dice. He has 3, and then the other guys each have 2.
All right.
Okay. Here we go.
He is, of course.
He does. These guys have those. Okay. Straight 4 1 on 3s, 2, and those are dead.
All right. 4 of them die.
All right, 4 are dead.
All right, I'm gonna use 2 command points.
Sure.
I'm gonna issue a counteroffensive with my conscripts.
Okay.
We are all going to attack the 5-man unit of Poxwalkers.
Okay.
I believe that there are 21 left.
So 46 attacks because the priest.
Yeah, 42 attacks. Yeah.
42 attacks because the priest gives them all +1 attacks.
Yep. Remember, if I was Catechins, these would all be straight 4, and if I had Strachan with them, they'd get 3 attacks each. So there are some mean Catechin combos you can make.
James Lee Allen brings up a sort of interesting point. So with +1 when firing Overwatch, Overwatch states that it requires a 6.
I agree.
Or 5/6.
Yes.
So not a 5+ or 6+. So if you rolled a 6 and got +1, that would be a 7, and technically wouldn't hit.
Yes. I agree. It is very weirdly worded. There is a reason they worded it like that. It's because one of the stratagems lets a vehicle Overwatch on a 5 or a 6. So if they said it, they wanted it to combo so that you could Overwatch on a 4+ with the vehicle. I agree that the way that they worded it technically does not really work with how Overwatch. It's 2 wounds so far.
They would just have to modify it so that Overwatch hits on a 6+ versus just 6.
8. So 10 wounds on them.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the intent is very clear.
Right.
Because they're not going to make something that just doesn't work. But yes, I agree that the way that they worded it doesn't actually work with
Yes, there it is.
Okay. With
Rules as written, the +1 actually makes your odds of hitting go down.
Sure. Well, and also Overwatch specifically says regardless of modifiers. So, do you even get the +1 because it's a +1 modifier? I mean, obviously, you would say that that this would overrule
Yeah.
the thing, but like, yes, again, technically it doesn't.
You killed my Poxwalkers, but just remember, those guys you killed, those were your own
They
conscripts.
were my own conscripts.
You had to kill your own dudes.
I did, and you've got another unit of
Right.
Foxwalkers coming in here.
Yes.
So you want to go with them next?
Yes.
Okay.
So we got 2 attack. How many of those guys are there? There's over 10 on them.
And if you've seen zombie movies, you know
So how many?
sometimes you have to put down your
There
friends.
is exactly 10 of them. Curses! I should have attacked them, but they are they had a -1 to hit, and they're toughness 4. So I was like,
those are the
tough
good.
ones.
Those
I
are
was
the
like,
good ones.
I'll finish off the week.
Those are the good ones, and the important part is Typhus within 60.
I believe it's 7 for that, isn't it? Aren't all
It actually makes a difference.
Aren't all of
It's 7.
Typhus's abilities 7?
Yes, it's 7.
Right.
So those are the super ones.
Those are toughness, strength, and toughness 5.
Those are strength and toughness. They're super zombies.
There are only 10 of them, though. It has to have more than 10 for the plus
I
one.
am checking. I am checking. With Poxwalkers, you have to have.
I believe it's more than 10.
More than 10.
Okay, so nope, so they're hitting on
They're
5s.
still hit on 5s, but
They
they
are
are
now
strength.
strength and toughness 5.
But they are strength and toughness 5. All right, here we go. So they hit on 5s.
Yep.
Here we go. Oh, stupid Poxwalker. Wow, that was a really bad roll.
4 hits. And 3s and the wound on 3s. That was not good. That was not good.
Wow, only 4. All right, only 4.
Alright.
The dice, they're not happy. I do wound on 3s. 2.
Boxcars.
Really? Boxcars?
Boxcars. Your blind drone gets put that.
My blow drone, it gets 3 attacks.
Does it still? With 1 wound left?
I don't know.
Sure. I don't know
Look
what
at that. Hold on.
I don't know what happens
I'll
to
look
the
it up.
drone.
I'll look it up. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never had one.
It has one.
It has a little. It has a weak. It has a. It probes you slowly,
Yep. Oh no. No.
and it misses.
Alright, overall I'd say my Conscripts got charged and killed 5 blind Poxwalkers and did 2 wounds to the blow drone and didn't lose anything, so I'd say that worked out well.
That worked out pretty well.
I've got 6 of these guys over here.
That was the top of 3. They get to counterattack.
They get to fight back, yeah. 2 wounds.
Yep.
On them.
Oh, yeah.
2 shit.
Got it. Made it. Yeah.
Alright.
Good.
And leadership for them.
They lost 5.
5.
Oh, sorry. Leadership is made on 1d6. They're fine.
We're fine. Alright.
No issues.
Alright. Do my check quickly.
Bottom of 3.
Yep.
Go fast.
I'll go fast.
All right. Here we go.
Alright.
Do the speedy version. Okay, the guard are doing the exact same thing. They're all withdrawing from combat.
Yep.
Contracts moving out. And it's funny because what you're seeing here is, I mean, I'm in a pretty elite army. I mean, the Death Guard are not a bad army, but against the Guard, I mean, my Death Guard individual guys are super expensive. They're like 19 points a guy plus equipment, and they're just getting mowed down by these guys. And I'm having a really hard time even mowing his way through conscripts, but at the same time, the part of my army that's performing the best is Poxwalkers.
Masses.
And once again, I think this is something that we're seeing in 8th, which is that I don't know if elite units even matter anymore, unless elite units give you benefits like Guilliman, who just affect your entire army. Like, those guys are definitely worth it. Like, I have this guy on the board, and my whole army rerolls everything. That's really awesome. But guys who just are expensive, like Land Raiders, like where the Land Raiders were 350 points, no, I would have rather had, you know, if I'd taken this exact army and put those guys in rhinos, and then gotten an extra 500 points, and put those 500 points in, and had 200 extra Poxwalkers and cultists, I'd have rather done that. And, you know, this is, I think, something that we're going to see more of in 8th. You know, there was a major tournament that just happened over the weekend, and we got to see. So it was the first major tournament. It had like 100 players, and it was the first one that's come out since Death Guard and since Chaos Space Marines. And word, Goat Boy is going to be writing that up on Bulls later this week. But word at that tournament was, once again, Chaos Space Marines everywhere.
With Smite, these guys?
Yep, with tons of cultists.
Yep.
Just cultists all over the place. Cultists with special abilities to bring them back, right? So Alpha Legion, guys who can make them fearless. So we're seeing the game moving to just be about, I want numbers. I want numbers, and I want to roll as many dice as possible.
I got 6. All right, so 1 more to wound on them.
Okay, 1 more to wound on them, so he's out.
Infamous Hitman, thank you for that
Made it.
follow.
Smite on him on a 6 if you want to try to stop it.
I will try to stop it.
It's a 4, it's a 6. No.
That's a 6. Goes through.
Yep, 3 mortal wounds on him.
He's out.
He's got 6.
Oh, no. He has to, how many mortal wounds?
3.
3? You need 3? No.
Does he explode?
Oh, please let him explode. No.
Alright. And we're going to just go ahead and...
Death Guard.
I'm going to cast Psychic Maelstrom on Typhus.
Okay, Psychic Maelstrom on Typhus.
Yo, I'm at perils.
Alright, die, Imperial Psyker.
I'm fine. Alright. And commands. We're going to reroll 1s to hit on him. We're going to try to... I'm going to form firing squad on the conscripts.
Okay. On
No.
the conscripts.
I'm going to use command point.
They do not get the order?
I'm not going to do that. I'm fine.
No?
Okay.
Okay.
Nope. We're going to have to use get back in the fight on these conscripts.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, they get it.
We're going to take aim on these guys. We're going to go ahead and take aim. And yep, and then we'll give the other order. We're going to use get back in the fight on these guys. Yep, they don't get anything else. We're going to get take aim on them. Yes, and they get the other one. Alright, we'll just do that. So really quickly, we're going to go ahead and fire the plasma guns in here again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Charging them.
It's your best, easiest way to just knock those guys out.
Yep. That's going to be 4 wounds
Okay.
on them.
Got it. 2 are out.
Okay. Fire the rest. Fire the rest of that squad at him, or the big squad at that guy. 7 wounds. 2 wounds so far. It's 3 wounds from autocannons. If you want to take that real quick.
Got it.
-1.
Discussing resilient. Yes.
It's 2 wounds. So. We're gonna fire 3 last cannons at the biologist purifier.
Go hit.
I'll hit.
Okay.
I'll wound.
Got it. 6s.
Yep.
5s. He's in cover.
Fives.
Hero 2.
7 wounds to him.
Oh, I'm making these. I can do that.
You
7
did it.
disgusting
You
resilience.
did it.
Boom. He made 3 of them.
He did.
He only
That
does.
was pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, conscripts.
All right.
40
We're gonna call it at that point.
Okay.
So this entire flank
Wait,
is wiped out.
Can I do my charge?
Yes. Do your
Okay.
charge. Do your
These
charge.
guys are charging Typhus.
All right. Here we go. Oh, Typhus is gonna kill you. I have a pistol. I'm gonna Overwatch against you.
Sure. Overwatch against me.
The Destroyer Hive is a 2d6 pistol, one of the weirdest pistols in the game.
It is.
And that is 7
7
shots,
hits, yep.
hitting on 6s.
5s, I believe.
Ooh, it does hit on 5s. The bees.
These.
The bees. That's
2.
That's
Alright,
2 bee
alright,
hits right there.
alright.
And those are strength 4. You're wounded twice.
Alright, and it's like -3, right?
Oh God, it's
Yep.
-3.
Alright, 2
Ugh.
guys die.
Ugh.
Alright. I get 3 attacks against Typhus.
You're not gonna get him. You're not gonna kill Typhus.
1 wound to Typhus.
I know. You're just doing it for the love.
I'm doing it for the love. 1
doing
wound.
it for
1
the love.
wound.
All right. He has a 2-up save.
Alright.
Makes it.
Swing back at me.
All right, Typhus. Here we go. 4 attacks. We will call this the last swing of the game. That was 2 hits.
Reroll 1s. Alright.
That's true. It's a blade weapon.
Yeah.
That's 3 hits. 3 wounds.
Alright, they're dead. As they die, I'm going to use my 3 command points to do fire on my position.
No, you
I'm going to
jerk!
call it an orbital bombardment on there.
I
So,
see what you did.
I roll a dice for each unit within 3 inches of them, which is all 3 of those.
Okay.
So they're fine. The Typhus is hit. Typhus takes 1 mortal wound from my bombardment.
Disgustingly resilient.
No, he takes it. Typhus is wounded.
From orbit.
Yes.
What a jerk.
Yeah, we'll call it that. Honestly, with the rest of my shooting, I had a fairly decent chance of tabling him, I think.
So, what we wanted to show you with this battle
Yep.
is this was an example of, we wanted to show you an Astra Militarum army, and it's not an extreme one. It was actually a good mix. It has 3 tanks. It doesn't have a great, this was an Astra Militarum army that was fairly, average. It wasn't pushing all tanks. It wasn't pushing all conscripts. It was, overall 2,000 points. And what we put up against it was, I was using Death Guard, but really it's meant to represent a powered armor, elite army.
Yeah.
A medium to low model count army. And it is a super uphill struggle.
Yeah.
You're going to have a really hard time. I mean, the less you guys saw how many dice this army throws at you. And it's crazy. And just once again, because of the way 8th edition, where anything can wound anything, if you throw, if you're throwing 120 dice, he was wounding, he was, throwing 120 dice with conscripts. He was, damaging land raiders with laser guns.
Yep.
Just because there's so many guys,
with so many shots.
And then because of Mordians, once I actually reached, the surprising part was, think about how expensive on a per man basis my Plague Marines are versus his guardsmen. And this army was just, once those Plague Marines were knocked out of their land raiders, they died fast.
Yeah.
And that's with all their tricks. They still were just wiped out fast. Once again, against the Guard, I can't imagine an arm, and that's with me having Poxwalkers, which were successful, Cultists, which in theory could have been successful. They didn't really do much.
Not in this
but if I had the choice to go again, I would have had 3 to 4 times as many Poxwalkers.
Yeah.
No Land Raiders whatsoever. Nothing expensive.
Yeah, the Land Raiders underperformed a bit. But again, I was doing stuff like being like, all right, if you want to kill my tank with your Land Raider, you can take a -1 to hit, and I'm going to get +2 armor save because I'm cover and I'm taking cover.
Well, there's an order an order or a stratagem for almost every situation. There's things I need to hit more. I got something for it. I need to get better cover this turn. I got something for it. I need to Overwatch better. I got something for it. They just have the Astra Militarum Codex has a huge toolbox of tools. I think it already feels. The Death Guard are a solid army, and I like them, but they have obvious strengths. They have obvious weaknesses.
Right.
I don't know what the obvious weakness of this codex is.
You would say combat, but again, you got enough tools that you're just like,
plug those holes.
I'm going to throw not only do you have some decent combat units now between Ogrins, Crusaders, and crazy Catachin conscripts that all get like 4 attacks and get to reroll hits and stuff like that.
Right, you can back them up with being able to take Ministorum priests is really good, because you're just like you just have a bubble radius of +1 attack.
Yeah,
which is nuts.
Which is really good. I only had 1 in this list, but they're like 30 points. They're not hard to get into your list.
Yeah, I think every Guard army should probably have a priest.
I agree.
Every
Guard
guaranteed.
Yeah, same with Commissars.
And you're going to put that priest where you expect enemy contact to hit your army.
That's the thing, that even when it got to me, I was losing models, but I had +1 armor save, so suddenly I'm getting psychic ability, so suddenly I'm saving on 4s.
But my elite troops, even when I reached them, you saw it. That was a full squad. Those 9 Plague Marines cost as much as as a lot of that stuff.
Almost. They cost. Each of these squads over here are like 67 points.
Which is 3 Plague Marines.
Yeah.
And there's no way.
And even the Plasma Veterans are only like 107 points.
I think you would. You need to have some way. I think a super highly mobile. Either you're going to have to fight the Astra Militarum with numbers. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to absolutely somehow ignore their firepower, hide, and just play objectives.
Yep.
Or you're going to have some way. Which some armies can do. If you have really, really high mobility, you're going to need some way to be able to get to and eliminate their characters.
You need something like that.
If you can actually knock out command squads early,
if you can do that,
the army can start to break down.
But they actually have some ways of getting around
that. But it's really difficult.
One of the stratagems basically allows you to use your orders from inside a Chimera.
Right.
So if you're just hiding in a Chimera, you can give those orders. And it's not easy to, again, with things like bodyguards that you can throw in now, it's harder and harder to knock out those characters. Real quick, I think one of the MVPs of this book for me, which I noticed before in the index, but it even got better, is the command tank.
Yes.
This tank is amazing. They're not necessarily cheap, but they're not that expensive. And with the ability to fire a main gun twice and having Ballista Skill 3, they are absolutely worth it. Being able to give an order to themselves, so and with all the other tools that you have in here to heal them or give them better armor saves, it's really an absolutely amazing tank, which is only going to get better with some of the orders and stratagems you can get from special units.
Sure.
But I mean, being able to be like, hey, I have a giant cannon that fires 2d6, and I get to reroll the number of shots I get.
Oh, yeah.
And I get to reroll ones to hit, and you know.
Right, and if I'm Mordians, Overwatch is really good. And if it's Catechins, it's going to reroll how many shots I get.
Exactly.
And if it's Cadians,
it's going to reroll number of shots also.
Right, so there's just...
you know, and ways of giving you -2. If you cast there's the spell, the Shroud, that gives them -1 to hit, and then you can use smoke and still fire and have a -2 to hit me.
Right.
And have +2 to my armor.
I mean,
save.
you guys saw I was putting out 8 laser cannon shots a turn,
Yeah.
which is enough,
which is a lot
to knock out tanks from most other armies. But I was rolling low, but I wasn't rolling that low. But I just couldn't get the wounds through, and it wasn't because I wasn't wounded. It's because they just had it was the cover saves.
And it's not impossible to get one of your tanks to be a -2 to shoot at, and if it's in cover, have +3 to its save. It would have a 0+ armor save.
Right, on a Lehman Russ that's just sitting there.
Which they're tough. They have a lot of wounds.
And in 8th edition, you know, if you put it someplace where it has good line of fire and you can draw line of sight from any point on the model, they don't really need to move as much as they needed to in 7th.
And if they move 5 inches or less, they shoot
twice.
They shoot all the way twice.
That's basically what everyone in chat is saying. Yeah, line of sight blocking terrain is
once again you're going to have to have.
But I mean, we had a lot of.
This is a dense board. I mean, you guys can see it. We set this board up to be really dense. And we put objectives in it specifically on the midline to make people close, so we weren't going to just sit in our deployment. And he moved up, and I moved up. You know, obviously I had to move up more, but you know, I'm going to be really interested to see how this army is going to perform against another giant horde army.
Yep.
So that'll be really interesting, or against an army like I said, Eldar. So Tau. A pure Tau gun line could be interesting.
Could be interesting.
Because you're just going to see horrible shooting on both sides.
I think you're just going to get more shots out of the guard at the end of the day.
Playing without kill points is another point that we're talking about in chat. If it were just objectives, because you barely moved.
Sure.
Right, but I mean, again, this is only turn 3. I would have tabled him, and honestly, I would have tabled him.
I would have been tabled by the end of turn 4.
But they probably have ended this turn, because I still haven't fired any of this yet.
And the Death Guard really don't have an option. They have to move. They can't hide, because they'll just get shelled out of existence.
There are definitely, I mean, with 2 turns to move up, and I could have moved up more. It wouldn't have made much difference in this game. It was just for time that was part of the reason I wasn't moving up. But yeah, pure objective games are fairly rare, honestly.
That's the thing, right? I mean, Games Workshop, as an example, they're moving to using those open war cards even in their tournaments. So, and those open war cards don't have many pure objective games.
And that's true. That's true of most tournaments.
Maybe it's a third of them. So, if you go to a major tournament, you're going to be playing with victory points some way or another, probably more often than not.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not impossible to get guard tanks, the Lehman Russes that move that move pretty fast.
I mean, I'm gonna put down a marker and say that the Astra. Now, I will say this. A complicated army. This is not an army for beginners.
Sure.
It's difficult to command a guard army. There's a ton of crap that you have to keep track of. You got to keep track of your orders. You have to keep track of your regimental doctrines. You have to keep track. I mean, there's layers and layers and layers of rules.
Absolutely.
So it's really complicated. This is not like commanding this army efficiently is not like commanding Ultramarines.
Right.
Where the army quasi plays itself. You got to really study your codex. You got to know your units. You got to know all the combos. It's going to take you a while. Now, Abe has been playing Imperial Guard.
I've been playing it for a long time.
For 20 years.
And this
he
is
knows
probably
the
the most
ins and outs.
mobile army you can. The Guard are the most mobile they've ever been. Now you can have a Lehman Russ that moves 26 inches in a turn with the proper orders.
Right, which is nuts.
It can't shoot, but it can move that far. You can have a Talaran Lehman Russ that
goes further.
That doesn't move as far. Moves 20 inches, but can fire all its weapons without penalty and stuff like that. So it's really mobile. You've also got Valkyries. So I think you've got stuff like I can outflank with this whole squad. So they're going to be on an objective probably. Talarans can outflank with an additional 3 units. So if you have 5 units outflanking, you're not worried about getting to objectives. Like, you're going to be able to get over there.
Yeah.
Even Russes can have objectives secured if you take the right detachment. So again, they're going to move 26 inches and get on an objective, things like that.
I mean, I'm going to put down a marker right now and say this is probably one of the top 3. I mean, there's not that many armies out there. I would say that this is a top 3 army.
I think
maybe a top 2.
I think the top army.
I think it's this and Codex Chaos Space Marines are currently the top codexes by power in the game right now.
I think it will be interesting to see how Forge World FAQ some of their stuff to work with new rules and stuff, whether they add some keywords here or there, and whether they let them take full advantage of stuff. Like, are they going to give the grinding assault rule to some of the weird Forge World stuff so that you get even more crazy shots?
Right.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with some of those things, because that's really going to add power to the guard list if they do that. Again, you still got really cheap. I didn't do it this time, but you can still spam cheap smite psychers.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 37 points for a psyker who can do a full smite.
I mean, they did neuter conscripts,
bit.
not much.
But not much.
Conscripts are still really, really effective and really potent.
Yeah, and for what you still want them to do,
they do that job.
To gum up stuff, they do it just as well as they ever did.
Mm-hmm. So I would agree.
There's not really a thing. There's not really a difference there.
If you guys have questions, comments, come on.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes left.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes left. Go ahead and tell Matt.
We're talking about Cake and Shrek. Sorry.
All right. I think that the Astra Militarum appreciate Cake and Shrek.
They're like an onion. They have many layers.
They do.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Right.
Guard have a lot of layers. They're like onions.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of these guys is gone forever, Larry.
We'll get him out.
He's gone.
We got special tools
He's gone forever.
to get him out of that terrain piece. So tomorrow, we've seen the Astra Militarum go up against Death Guard, a fairly expensive elite army.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow we're going to see how they go up against a much more durable army.
Right.
So tomorrow is going to be Astra Militarum versus Necrons,
And it will be Cadians tomorrow. Yeah.
So we're going to get to see the Cadian doctrine. Don't know exactly who's going to be playing that.
Adam? Isn't Adam going to play the Cadians?
Matt will definitely be playing one of those sides.
Yep.
So either Astra Militarum or Necrons. Probably Necrons for you, I believe.
Sorry, typist.
Sure.
Versus the Astra Militarum. So we'll get to see how are they going to fare against a Necron army that is maybe, substantially more durable. We'll be back. Necrons can actually do fairly high model counts if they want to, because those Necron warriors don't cost anything. And we'll be back, in 8th edition, it's going to be pretty nasty. And our particular Necron army also has something that the Death Guard didn't, which is that they have a really large amount of flyers.
Yep, they have flyers. They've got scarabs, which are also great.
Right, so there's
Dump
definitely
stuff up.
higher speed bump units, and the ability to have massed flyers be able to actually maneuver and get and really get on top of the guard fast, or be able to easily get make sure that, say, key units or characters are the closest model so you can target them, which is what you get when you have mass flyers.
And then on Wednesday, we're going to do Talorins with a more armored focus.
Against Tau.
Yep, so it'll be
So-
T's and T's.
So that is going to be the gun line versus gun line, where the guard are actually the most mobile and version of themselves.
Yep.
So we got 2 exciting games for you guys. Different doctrines, very different armies all week. And that's pretty much it for us today for Dark Apocrypha. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. We've been here. We are going to be right back for everybody right here with NeverQuest. So our Dungeons & Dragons campaign is a great time. And they are going to be back in probably about 15 minutes or so. If you guys want to hang tight, we'll be right back with the party in just a second.
Hey.
Because I could have, but
Sometimes it's safer just to be a little bit cautious and make sure that you got everything straight, and then you get kind of. I've gotten a little bit more aggressive with using that camera by switching to that one.
yeah. Well, because also because the board was so cluttered, the camera 3 didn't really
Do as much.
do a whole lot.
I mean, what you basically use camera 3 for, to be honest, is having the 3 cameras is most of the time you're just using one of the cameras to cover while you're moving the other.
Well, because I mean,
Because you don't want to be using any of the. I mean, that's like the one thing you did was you were like adjusting things live, and there are times when like if you need to move somewhere, move that camera, then adjust the overhead, then move back to it.
well,
Which you started doing later.
right? But that angle with this board just didn't
Sure.
mean anything. So it's like,
Yeah. And then when we're on the overhead, you can just go and reposition it, right? Like sometimes we put it over here. Like we totally.
Come on down, we've got all the latest tanks in store just this Emperor's Day, 50% off. So come on down to Honest Dave's Tank Emporium.